So in this video, I'm going to show you how to model this building using Autodesk Revit. Hello and welcome back to the channel. So if you are familiar with my channel or you're not a new viewer to this channel, you should know that I've done a lot of full courses.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
From the normal duplex to the classical duplex to the contemporary duplex to the minimalist duplex and a lot of stuff. So every time we do these tutorials, I try to see more creative ways I could show users how to use Revit. So in today's video, we're going to do something simple, but at the same time, we're going to kind of explore with our creativity a bit. We're going to be using Autodesk Revit to model a sci-fi apartment. So if you're a newbie in Revit, no need to worry. This video is also compatible for beginners. So from beginners to intermediate level in Revit, I'll highly suggest this video for you because I covered a lot of important things, practical applications in Revit that is going to help any newbie or any intermediate level user in Revit to help him model his desired project. Okay, so what are you waiting for? Come, let's use Revit and turn your dream ideas into reality. My name is Henry, also known as Architect Piper, and I'm going to be your tutor on today's Revit full course. So stay tuned. In these tutorials, I'm going to start from, as usual, the design stage, which I'm going to be showing you. I'm also going to go further into the design development, the wall planning, the windows, all those other stuff, all the basic stuff, the floors, the staircase and the roofs, how to create all of them using Autodesk Revit. Then we're now going to go into some advanced modeling, how we can model complex shapes, we can manipulate the floors and manipulate the facade to give us a desired effect, all in this tutorial video. So if you are new to Revit and you want to improve your creativity by a mile, this video is the right video for you. So make sure you don't skip it. As usual, I'm also going to be dropping the template file. So with this template file, I think it's something you should do before you start this tutorial. Okay, once you get the template file, you extract it, then you open the template file. So this template file is going to make things faster. I'm going to show you in the video how to transfer template from the template file to your new file. For you to access the template file, you should be using Revit 2024 or a later version. I'm also going to drop the project file. So if you want to get the project file, you can check the link out. So with that said and done, I think I don't want to talk too much. We should go right into the video. So make sure you subscribe before you do so. Hit the like button, share this video with your friends, and let's go and master Revit.
All right, so if you open Revit, whether you have the later versions or the older ones, you should see something similar to this. You are going to go over to these models here. Then you are going to hover around this new and click on it. Then once you've clicked on it, you are going to see, so sometimes you can see instead of this imperial multidiscipline and metric multidiscipline, you can see options like architectural, structural, mechanical. So if you see those options, I'll suggest you use architectural. But for this, if you see this kind of option, I'm suggesting you just use metric multidiscipline. Make sure this is checked on as project, and I'm still going to come to what project template means, but make sure this is set at project first. Then we're going to click OK. So once we have clicked OK, we have created a new Revit file. Okay, so looking at this now, this is what a new Revit file will look like, empty without any template, just default Revit. Okay, so I'm just going to briefly explain what each section of this Revit is, because if you look at this for the first time, it could be a bit overwhelming, but let me just take you through it. So starting from the left side, starting from the left side, we have the properties panel. So this properties panel contains a lot of options. It basically controls the characteristics of anything you're selecting in Revit. So for instance, if I select this section line here, I'm going to see it to change a bit, so you can adjust some parameters of the section. Then if you go to the opposite side, which is the right side, you now have the project browser. So this project browser, from the name, it browses on the project, meaning that it gives you the access to go to different views. For example, you can go to the floor plan, you can go to the 3D, you can go to the elevation from this project browser. You can also access your sheets if you have started creating sheets. So you can see some default sheets Revit creates. Then you now have this top panel. So this top panel are basically your toolbox in Revit. So depending on what you want to do, you can select from a variety. You can also save projects and do many other stuff. So you can see this file here. This file, if you click on it, is where you can save, export and print, depending on if you want to print direct. Okay, but we'll still come into printing but towards the end of the video. Then you now have the architectural, where it has tools as per architectural tools. So you have the wall, doors, ceiling, roof and all those stuff. We also have this structural. This structural have structural tools, as the name implies, to create columns, foundations, slabs and all those kind of stuff. We have also the steel, is also for steel works. So all these things are basically tools depending on what you want to use it for. So practically, as we're exploring the video, we're going to be using these tools where we need them, because in my channel I like working with context, so I'll not just be giving you some principles. So I'll just try to use those tools to actually work on a project. Okay, so you can see all these tools. So some of these tabs here don't come with Revit. Okay, I use basically a lot of visualization software. So D5 and Lumion are one of them. Okay, I cover some D5 tutorials on this channel, by the way, but we have D5, Lumion, and so these are just the plugins in Revit. So that is that out of the way. So with all this introduction out of the way, we're going to now go back and start with templates and talk about what template is, and we're going to be transferring templates. So by now, if you have reached this point of this video, I will kindly advise you to go to the description and get the template file. The template file is for absolutely free. So if you get that template file, you'll be able to use it to make your work much faster. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to load in the template file, and we're going to just open it side by side with this new project we have newly opened. So I'm going to now show you how to transfer template. So if you just go to the description, if you download the template file from the description, you're going to see something like this. So you just left click and hold the file, then drag it into this tab section here. You can see on my mouse on your Revit. So once you drag it, it's going to take a bit of time to open. So let's just give it a few seconds. So now it's open. We are going to access back our new file via this tab. So you can see that just like your browser, you can switch through two files in the same Revit. If you open one Revit program, you can switch through two different files. So this is the template file, this is the new file. And mind you, we have not yet saved this new file. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to manage. We're going to go over to this transfer project standard. We're going to make sure this copy from is set at this Revit mini, which is our template file. Then I'm just going to click on OK, and it's going to transfer the template. We are going to click on override to override all similar stuff between the template and the new Revit. So let's just give it a sec and I'll chill. So I'll use this as a quick reminder to make sure you subscribe to the channel, because I'm going to load you with information on how to use Autodesk Revit. So now we have transferred this. We can even close the template file because we have no real use for it, but let's just leave it for now. We might need it later. So now the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be working on the levels. Okay, so what are levels? Levels are vertical reference points. So these vertical reference points are like heights in your building or height milestones in your building. Let's say you have the foundation, you have the DPC, you have the first floor. All those are vertical milestones. So once you get up to this point, you know that, okay, I'm at the lintel level, I'm at the first floor. So it's kind of important that you create levels for all those features in Autodesk Revit. So it's going to help you model properly. So let's go to elevations. We're going to click on this plus icon, and we're under this project browser, and we're going to go to east elevation. So it's in elevations or sections, which are basically vertical views that you can see. You can access these levels and you can edit them and work on them. So let's say by default you usually have two levels in Revit, which is L1 and L2, but we're going to click on this L2 and delete it. It's going to show warning, so and so element to be deleted. Click OK, it's fine. So now we are going to now go over to this L1, which we cannot delete, mind you. That is just how Revit works. There will always be one level left in the project. It will not allow you to delete that one level. So we're going to just double click on the name, this L1, and change it to 01. The reason why I'm adding this 01 is if you give it numerical values before the main text, is going to arrange it based on those numerical values. So you get the gist. NGL will be at 01, DPC 02, lintel 1, 03, and all those stuff. So this is 01 NGL, which means natural ground level. Okay, so if you notice, the floor plans didn't change. This L1, which is this level here, it didn't change the name. That for some reason, that is how Revit default level used to work. Okay, so we're just going to try and right click on this floor plan, right click here, click on rename, and call it this 01 NGL to match. Okay, so now we are going to create another level. To create another level is very simple. We are going to go to architecture. We are going to see this level here at this top right corner of the screen. Then we are just going to click on level. So what we're now going to do is we're going to go over to this place. So you're going to see this blue dimension. So it's like a guide giving you the height, like showing you where you want. So if I raise it up, move my mouse up and down, I'm not clicking yet. So if I move on my mouse up and down, it's going to be showing the distance. Okay, so you can just hover, or you can even impute the distance. So if I want my DPC to be 450, I'm just going to impute 450 and click enter. Then it's going to create a level, and I'm just going to create this level up to here. Notice this level is different from this one. The reason is that the level component is actually different from this initial one. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on this level. We're going to go over to this properties panel, which, mind you, remember I told you it controls the characteristics of anything you select. So we're going to click on this drop down and change it to 8mm head, which is the same with this. You can see 8mm head. So you can see that these two levels, they're actually clashing. So what are we going to do to make it not graphically clashing? We're going to click on one level, click on this zigzag icon here, and it's just going to drop down. So you can click left, click on this and adjust it how you want to adjust, so it will be more graphically appealing. So we are now going to name this one 02 DPC and click on yes. So it's going to show override other name. So you're going to see the name is going to change here. So now we're going to go and create another level again. This time, before we even create it, we're going to click on this drop down and change it to 8mm head. Okay, so now we are now going to set the height. So now we want to create the first floor. I'm still going to create the lintel, but I usually create the first floor level first before creating the lintel level. So now we are now going to determine what is the headroom of our building. So let's say for an apartment building, which we are designing in this tutorial, an apartment building is a high density design. You get, so it's not, it doesn't need to be luxury. So it doesn't have, it's meant to be for the low to medium income earners. So we are not going to make the headroom too high. So we're going to be putting a value of 3. We want the headroom to be 3 meters, which is the top of the floor, the top of the DPC to the soffit of the first floor slab. Okay, so that height, for you to get that 3 meter at that height, you are going to make it 3150, because if you are creating floors in Revit, the floor offsets downwards. So you need to add that dimension, the factor of the floors offsetting downwards when you are setting the level. So you are going to make provision for that, so you get that pinpoint dimension you want. So instead of 3 meter here, we are going to impute 3150, which is including the thickness of the floor. And I'm going to click on enter and place this level here. So now I'm now going to change this name to 04 first floor. Okay, and I'm going to click on yes, change corresponding views. Then I'm going to click on level again, and I'm going to be creating another one, 3150 again. This is going to be the second floor. So we're going to call this 06 second floor. So if you notice, I'm skipping numerical values because I'm leaving provision for those lintels. So I'm going to call the lintel 103 lintel 1 and this lintel 205 lintel. So that's why I'm skipping 1 and I'm going in the numbers of 2. So this 4, this 6. Then we are now going to create another level, which is the roof level, the ceiling level. So for this ceiling level, since there is not going to be slab typically on the ceiling, we are now going to be making this ceiling 3 meters on the dot. So we are going to place this and call this 08 ceiling level. Okay, so now this is done. We are going to create another level, the roof level. Let's say 600 millimeter from here. And call this 09 roof level. So I'm going to create another level finally, and I'm just going to place this level at 900 millimeter from this roof level, and I'm going to call it 10, that is 10 parapet level. So now we have named these basic levels. We are now going to start creating the lintel level. So I'm going to click on level again, and I'm going to replace it. The lintel is basically a structural element that carries load above the doors. So the element, the building element on top of the doors is not going to crush the doors. Okay. So it's like a beam that hangs between maybe two columns. Then it's now going to help carry the weight above elements like doors and windows. So we're going to set the level of the lintel at 2.1 meter. Which is, I think, the minimum requirement for a door. Then we're going to give it the name 03 lintel 1. Then I'm going to click on levels again, 2.1 again, click on enter, place this, and I'm going to call this. Okay, you see it has already helped us name this lintel 2. So we're just going to change this numerical value to 0.5. Then we're now going to click on architecture again, click on level, and finally we're now going to create the last lintel. So this is now going to be 07 lintel 3. So now we have done this, we have already reached a milestone in this project for you to create the levels. It means you have reached the point that, okay, you know what you are looking for, you know the height of the building. So you can now begin the main stuff. So we are going to do one very important thing that we have not done. We are going to save this project so our progress will not be wasted. So I'm going to hit Ctrl S, and it's going to open your file explorer. Then you're now going to navigate it and save the file in your desired location. So I'm just going to name this Sci-Fi apartment. This may not be sci-fi, but I think you should get the gist. So we're just trying to create a sci-fi apartment. We're not going to do any technology stuff here. It's just for it to look like those sci-fi buildings we see in our movies. Okay, so now we have saved it. We're now going to start the design proper. So in order to start the design, well, normally if it's in a real life project, you will be given a site plan, okay? But for this project, it's just an imaginary project. We don't have a site plan. So we are going to just start from the floor plan right away, okay? So maybe along the line, we may just give this a hypothetical site, or let's give it a hypothetical site. Let's give it a 30 by 30 meter site. So we are just going to go to this site here, and we're going to now create a site plan. So you can see that these things are very important. Everything you're seeing here are important elements in Revit, okay? But we don't need them to be showing. What we just need to do is to select these ones here, these reference planes. These are called reference plane. Right click. Once we left click, hold, and select everything, we right click and hover around this hide in view by category, okay? Then we're also going to select this here, right click, hide in view by category. Then we have this elevation point. We're also going to just select one of these and right click. Okay, before we hide this elevation point, we're going to use it as a kind of navigation tool. So we are going to know the center of this project. So these are elevation points. They kind of determine how your elevation is going to face. So if you delete them, it's going to delete this, let's say this left or right side view elevation. So this is like an elevation camera that is going to get. So if you are modeling in Revit, you also need to take cognizance of this. So if you have a bigger project, you can select them and simply click on this move tool here and move it back. So you are going to make sure the elevation capture is within range of the project, because if your project extends more than this, it's going to now mean that this will cut this as a section. So you be mindful of that. So now what we're going to do is we're now going to go to massing and site. Then we're going to click on property line by creating sketch. Okay, so this property line by creating sketch, we're just going to pick one point. We're going to use our visual prowess to just pick somewhere here. So you notice this is not beyond this and this is not beyond this elevation point as well. So we are going to click here and we're going to impute a value of 30 meter. That is 30,000 millimeter. So this is the metric system. So depending on which part of the world you operate in, you can use the imperial system, but for this video I use the metric system, so that's what we're going to be using. Okay, but you can still use the imperial system to follow up on this video. So this second dimension will be 30 meter. That's a 30 meter by 30 meter box. Then I'm going to click finish. So I'm now going to left click, hold, and just manually drag this using my visual prowess to the center. Okay, so now we have our site. Now we can now select this, right click, hide in view by category. Then we are now going to go over to this panel down here and click on this hide crop region. So this crop, we are only going to be seeing this site this our site here. So now this is out of the way. We're now going to go to this natural ground level. So in this natural ground level, you are going to see all those things we hid previously. So we are just going to do it a favor by hiding it again. So this section, we are going to select this section line here and delete it. I'm still going to show you how to create a section line later in the video. Okay, so I'm just going to select these reference planes, right click, hide in view by category. Do the same again, just basically the whole thing I did, select both of them, hide the view by category. Okay, the reason why I'm using hide in view by category is because if I hide in view by element, it's only going to hide the element I selected. But if I hide in view by category, it's going to hide the elements and its similar counterparts. Let me show you and again, Control Z. That is to undo. So if I select both of these now, that is this scope box and this elevation point, and I right click and hide in view by element, you are going to see it's only two of them that are hid. Okay, but if I hit Ctrl Z and say select both of them and right click hide in view by category, you are going to see all the viewpoints are hidden. Okay, so you get the gist. So now another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this crop region. Then I'm just going to go to this properties panel and I'm going to adjust some things. So I'm going to go to this scope box here, click on this drop down and change this to none. Then I'm now going to go to depth clipping, click on this clipping and click on okay, leave it at no clipping, then click OK. So I can now select this and adjust this here, adjust this here, adjust this, adjust this, then go over here and click on hide crop region. So it's just going to be simplified like this. So we're going to start sketching. So we want to create an apartment. So it's a very simple 2-bedroom apartment, nothing too complex. So I'm going to go to annotate and I'm going to go to detail line. So this annotation tab basically gives you things to annotate, graphic stuff. So we're going to start by drafting some line from this point up to 3 meters to create necessary setbacks. Then draw another line here, 3 meters. So you see we have gotten a setback from here. Then we are just going to select these two lines, hold Control, select the two lines, click on mirror, select, hover around, click on this mirror by draw axis, hover around the center point. Once the center point is selected, you see this triangle will appear. Click on it and draw a line perpendicular. So since the line I'm drawing, the place I picked is here, I'm going to draw a line and I want to mirror this to this side. I'm just going to draw a line 90 degrees here. So it's going to mirror it like this. So these two lines are basically going to guide us in our setback. So I'm going to click on detail line. I'm going to draw another line here up to 9 meters and draw another line here up to this point. So I doubt 9 meters will be enough for this apartment building, but let's try first. You can't really tell for sure till you try. So we're going to draw a line from this center point. So this is going to be like the point to the bottom because the apartment will be on two sides. So it's a very simple apartment. Okay, then I'm going to click on this offset tool and I'm going to be offsetting 1.350 or 1.2 meter by 1.2 meter from this. So this is one thing I like doing. If I'm designing, I usually like using lines first. Okay, so these lines, with these lines, it will give you more freedom at the beginning. So you are just going to have a rough idea of what exactly you are doing. So after we have created this, we can now delete this center line and we can now start working on one side. So I'm going to go to annotate detail line. So this is a cost-effective apartment building. So we want everything to be cost effective as much as possible. So we're going to start from drawing a line here from I think about 3 meters from here. And this line was going to stop at 4.2 meters to this side. So this here is our living area. So this is now, behind it is now going to be a kitchen with probably a terrace just behind to service that kitchen. Then there's now going to be a corridor here, a small corridor. Then there's now going to be a WC here, which is going to form the guest WC. So we're going to click on this and we're going to reduce this to 1.2 meters. So it will be compact. Okay. Then we're going to draw this line, drag this line down here and just basically separate it a bit. So I'm going to go to detail line again and I'm now going to draw a line from this center. Okay. Then we're now going to draw another line from here to this point and this point. So this is basically the convenience for this space. Then we're going to draw a line from here to here, forming a bigger convenience for this master bedroom. Okay. Then we're going to also draw a line here to create a duct, and maybe do the same here. Okay, so now another thing we may need to do is we may need to check this size. This size is not practical, so what we can do is to select all these lines here and just click on move, and just move this by, let's say, 1.2 meter. Okay, I made a mistake, so let me select it, hold Control, select all the lines, left click and select this, then click on move and move it by 1.2. Okay, so I think with this now we have created a decently functional design now. So what we can now do now is to select everything here and just click on, or instead of mirroring it at this point, what we're now going to do is we're now going to start using drafting our walls. So we can delete this line here, we can also delete this line. So now we have an idea, a rough sketch of what we want to do, because an apartment is actually easy. Once you get one unit in order, you mirror it to the other side, then replicate it across the floors. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to click on wall, then we're going to now use a wall from our template file. So we're going to click on this drop down, and you're going to see all the walls from the template file has been transferred. So we're just going to select this 225 wall, which is a 9 inches wall. Okay, 9 inches thick wall. So if you look at this wall now, you are going to see a bunch of things under this properties parameter. So you're going to see this base constraint and top constraint. Then you're going to see base offset and possibly top offset, which is grayed out for now. So this actually dictates where the walls is going to start from and stop vertically. So we're going to change this top constraint from unconnected. Click on this drop down and change it to first floor. Then you're going to see automatically the unconnected height is going to adjust. So now what we're going to be doing now is we're now going to start drafting. So we're going to leave this at wall center line, though we are still going to adjust the walls, but we're just going to follow this wall center line and draft these walls basically. So we're just going to be following. We're going to draft this one here, draft this one here. Okay, draft this one here as well. So for the rest of these walls now, we're going to be using, okay, we're going to use draft this wall here and draft this wall here, or let me hit Ctrl Z. So the rest of these walls now don't necessarily need very thick walls. Okay, so what we're going to be now doing is we're now going to be, okay, this wall I think it needs a thick wall, so I'm just going to continue it here. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to now switch this wall up to 150 wall. So this 150 wall is 6 inches thick block wall. So we're just going to use it to cover these other smaller spaces. By the way, another wall will be here. Okay, to create a kind of. So now this is done. What we're now going to do is we're going to click on this wall. We're going to click on move, and we're just going to move it to this line here, the external surface to this line. So we're going to make sure we stay within the setbacks of the site. Okay, so this one in the front can stay. So now we have done this. Now we're now going to select this too, click on move and move this here. Okay, so now we have done this. What we're going to do now is we're going to click on this line and drag it up to this point here. Click on unjoin elements, click on this end, drag this point up to here. Okay, now they have joined perfectly. So we're just going to select all these other lines here and start deleting them, the lines only. So if you want to select the lines within these walls here, these lines we used, instead of selecting everything one by one and deleting, you can select everything here. Click on this filter icon here, then you're going to see the walls appear and the lines appear. Uncheck this wall, so it's only the lines that will be checked on. Click OK, then delete it. Okay, so now this, we have said this, we have an idea. This is a rough draft of the apartment. We are now going to start editing the dimensions and bringing it to accuracy. So we're going to start from the top down, and we're going to start from the center to this side. Okay, so from the top down, we're going to start from here. We're going to click on this, and we're going to be adjusting the end-to-end dimensions, okay, till it suits. So for this, I want this terrace here to be 900 millimeter here. I want this kitchen here to be, let's say, 2.7. I want this space here, click on this. I want this space here to be 1 meter. And I want this convenience here to be 1.5 meter. Then I'm also going to want this space here. So if the dimension is not showing the distance from where you want it, because I want to check the dimension from here to here to give this bedroom enough dimension, you can click on this point, hold it, left click and drag it to this point. So you are going to see this dimension here. So I want this to be 3.6. So you see the building is going to even extend further, which we still have some space here, so it's no problem. Okay, where we might have issue is on this side, because we don't want the building to pass this we don't want the building to basically pass this setback. Okay, we want to maintain our setback, which is good. So we're going to click on this and we're going to make this living area width to be 4 meter. So because of the kitchen and the living area on the same grid, structurally it will be wise to make sure some walls are aligned. Aligning walls are very important because it's going to help you while designing, or the civil engineer while designing the structural drawing, to align these elements well and be able to easily place structural elements that is going to transfer load from the roof to the foundation. So we're going to click on this second wall and we're going to make this distance 1 meter. Okay, so now we are now going to click on this and we're going to check the distance from here to here. So this is 2375, which I can still reduce to, let's say, 2.1, since it's a master convenience. Okay, so this is 1.5, which is fine, and we are just going to change this dimension here to, let's say, 1.2. So this is turning out well so far. So we're going to adjust this as well. We're going to make sure this duct has a dimension. Okay, Ctrl Z. We're going to make sure this duct has a dimension here into in of, let's say, 375. Okay, or let's make it 450, since there will be, it's going to transfer the waste load. Or I think 375 is fine. We're going to click on this and make it also 375. So now this convenience, we're going to make this convenience space 1.8. This trap lobby at 1.3 is totally fine. So now we have done this. This is actually very nice. Okay, so you can see that our spaces are coming out well. So I'm also going to click on architecture again. I'm going to click on wall and I'm going to be drawing some extra 225 walls. Firstly, I'm going to try and create a closet here. So I'm going to draw a wall from this center point. I'm also going to draw another wall here, since this one can't have a closet, since this space is kind of tight. So I'm going to click on this wall and check the dimension. So I'm going to be making this the closet dimension 1.5 meter. Okay, so in the end, this is still an apartment building, so it cannot have all the space you desire. So I'm going to click on modify, click on this split element to split the walls, which I'm going to do here. So once I split this wall, I'm going to click on escape, select this and drag this till it joins this here. Then I'm going to click on this. I can click on annotate, detail line, and draw a line here up to 600 millimeter. Click on enter and draw another line here. So this line is basically going to indicate a wardrobe. Okay, we are still going to come to placing components now. Then we're going to drag this here up to this point. Then I'm going to click on this, change this dimension here, drag this dimension to this point here, then change this to 600, because our wardrobe is going to be here. It's going to be here at this space. Then we're going to delete this. So I'm going to go to annotate, detail line, and I'm going to drag this line here up to 600 and just drag this wall to match this. So at this point, you'll be asking, let's mirror it to the other side. So in order to make our work efficient, I plan on completing almost everything on this wing before mirroring it to this side, then carrying it to the last floor. Okay, so it's going to make what we're doing as fast as possible. So we are now going to switch to the DPC because we want to start placing doors and arranging this space and organizing it. So now we are at the DPC and we're going to start placing some doors and windows. Okay, maybe not necessarily windows, but basically some doors. Okay, so for this we'll need to open the template file again. So you can just to open it, I'm just going to do it again, so you are going to see how I quickly opened it. So if you just click on file, you are going to see a recent document, and you're just going to see the recent files you open. So I'm just going to open the Revit mini, and so the template file will open. Okay, so we are going to click on this ground floor presentation. So we are now going to copy some components. Okay, so the first thing we're just going to, because you can't just copy doors like this directly from another plan in Revit, because doors are hosted to walls. So you need to select the wall itself and copy the wall. So I'm going to hold Control to select multiple, hold Control, select this wall as well, and finally select this wall here. So after selecting it, I'm also going to copy some furniture. So I can copy these chairs, hold Control and just left click and select everything I need to select. This dining, maybe this kitchen, and maybe this bedroom. Okay, then also this plasma TV and this sink here. So I'm going to click on filter again because I mistakenly selected some floors, and I'm going to click OK. So I'm just going to click over here and click on this copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on this tab to access the other file, go back to this DPC of this file and simply click Ctrl V to paste this somewhere around here. So once I just paste it somewhere here, I'm just going to click on delete to delete whatever error. So I'm just going to select everything here and delete it. So you might be wondering, why did I copy this thing only to delete it here? It's because once you copy from another file to another file in Revit, you basically, once you copy the component is basically saved in the inventory of the new file. So all those doors I loaded in here, I can still access all of them, and I'm going to prove it to you. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to click on doors, click on this drop down, and you're going to see a variety of doors. So we are going to see this D1 and D2, which I copied from the other file, and we're going to start from this D1, which is 900 millimeter by 2.1 meter door. So I'm going to click on edit just to confirm the height, which is 2.1, which is what we want exactly. Then I'm also going to click on this and change this to fine, so it's going to show the details. Then I'm just going to place a door here. I'm going to click on this. Okay, we are still placing the D1 doors, place another door here. Then we are going to place one door here and another door here. Then we are going to click on this, change this to D2, place a door here and another door here. Then we are going to place a door here and a door here. So after doing this, now we have the doors in the basic space. So we can click on these doors on plan, click on move this door to this point here, click on this, move this door to, like, select the hinge of this door edge and move it here. So we're going to select this, click on move, click this point and just pick the second point, click on this, move, select the point and just adjust it till it looks professional. So after placing all these doors, we're now going to start outlining where we're going to have balconies. Okay, so these balconies are important even on the ground floor because it kind of serves as a sun shading device, and it also gives some relaxation space for the occupants of the building. So we're going to click on this and just remove this wall here for this terrace. We're still going to put another kind of dwarf wall, but we're not going to necessarily be putting a wall that is going to block it off. So I'm going to click on AL, which this is the shortcut for align. Select the soffit of this wall and just align this here. Okay, so now this is out of the way. We're going to go to annotate. We're going to go to detail line. Then in this detail line, we're now going to use the detail line to outline the possible balconies. So I'm going to draw a line from here up to 1.2 meter and up to this point here, and another 1.2 meter up to, let's say, somewhere here. Okay, so this is just an idea I have for the, so for now I'm not going to leave this balcony. I'm now still going to come back to it when I come to the facade design. So now we are going to start placing some curtain walls. Okay, some windows. Normally, to place windows, you can go to architecture, click on windows, and you're going to see a variety of windows. Okay, you can see this W1 windows, which is the one I normally use, which we are going to use for some part. But in this kind of project, I usually like using curtain walls in a lot of parts, because the curtain walls give me versatility on when I need impromptu. For example, if I want to create a specific kind of window design, it will be easier for me to do it with curtain walls than regular windows. Okay, but we're still going to use some windows in some parts, which we're going to be using and placing them. So in windows, you should consider the sill height. So the sill height is the height from the base of the window to the floor in which you are placing it. So currently this one is 300. So if you click on edit type and see the height of the window, which is 1.8, if you add 1.8 plus 300 is 2.1, which matches our building lintel. So we're going to place a window here. You can see this blue dimension temporarily highlighting the position, the distance of the window to the inner surface of the wall. So I'm going to place one window here and place another one here. So I'm going to place this window far apart, so when I'm placing a bed in the middle, it won't be causing too much issue. So I'm also going to go here. So I'm thinking of, okay, I think here is fine placing windows here. I'm also going to place another window here, 600 from here, and let's say 900 here. And I'm going to place another one, 300 here and 300 here. Okay, so for this one, I'm going to use a curtain wall for this kitchen window. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to also select this here and maybe make this 600, or select this, make this 600, click on this and make this 1.2 meter. So there will be provision for a door here. Okay, so now I've showed you how to place doors and windows. We are now going to go to placing curtain walls. So this is another very important aspect. Okay, so it's very simple to create curtain walls. We're going to click on walls. We're going to click on this drop down and we're going to go over and see the curtain wall. So because of the transfer of template, you can see some things like grill panels. This doesn't normally come with a default Revit project, but if you click on this non-defined, this is what used to come with every Revit project. So if you don't have a template file, you can still learn from this. Okay, so what we are going to do now is we're going to click on edit type, duplicate, and we're going to call this 00CW. Okay, let me change this to caps lock it. So after doing this, we are going to click OK. We are now going to set some parameters, right? So pay attention. So we are going to start from this function, leave it as exterior. Make sure this automatically embedded is checked on. This curtain panel, leave it at glazed. Join condition non-defined. If it's not glazed, make sure you select system panel glazed. Then this vertical grid layout, click on none. Horizontal grid layer, click on none. So for this munion, what you are going to do is you are going to select this and change this every munion to this main munion, or you can use a normal rectangular munion. Then I'm still going to show you how to duplicate and create your own munion shortly after this. So I'm going to change this to main munion, all of them to main munion. Then I'm going to click on OK. So now I've done this, now I'm not going to go to these parameters and I'm going to set the parameters. So the base constraint, just like a normal wall, you can set the parameter of curtain wall like a wall. So the base constraint is currently set at DPC. So we are going to change this top constraint to first floor because I want the curtain wall to go above the lintel. But I'm now going to put minus 450 because of I'm going to give provisions for beams. Okay, so I don't want the curtain wall to flush with the surface of the first floor. I want it to flush under the beams. Then the base offset will be 300 millimeter. So I'm going to draw a curtain wall from this point here to this point. Okay, then I'm going to draw another one from here. I think 600 millimeter from here. So I'm just going to click on escape, click on annotate detail line, draw a line here up to 600 and draw it to this point. Then I'm going to go to architecture, click on wall, draw a curtain wall from here up to 3.6 and stop it here. Then finally, I'm going to go over to this space. But for this space now, for this kitchen space, I'm going to adjust it a bit. Because you know, kitchen have worktops. So this worktops used to be, I think, what used to be 900. So we're going to make this base offset 1 meter. So it's going to create an effective sill height. But the curtain wall is still going to go high because I feel a window should be ventilated properly. So I'm going to draw another one here. up till, let's say, 2.1. Okay, then I'm going to put it and try and see if I can place this at 1350. So it's just going to be kind of centralized. So now these curtain walls don't have any segmentation, which is on purpose because we set it at non-defined. So if you go to 3D, this non-segmentation, okay, see how you go to 3D. Okay, sometimes I used to forget this is a beginner's course, so I need to slow things down. So to go to 3D, you can go through this default 3D, this house icon here to access the 3D, or you can go to this project browser and go to this under this coordinates and look for 3D view. Click on this 3D. Okay, so it's still the same thing. So if you rotate this now, you are going to see this work we have done so far. You can see all the doors, you can see all these windows, and you can see the curtain wall. If you want to get a better view of this, you can change this to fine and click on this box here and change it to shaded. So you are going to be seeing the colors. Okay, so we are going to rotate this to this approach view, and we are now going to add some curtain wall grid, some curtain grids. So if you go over to this architecture tab, if you go to this side, you are going to see a tool called curtain grid. So if you click on it, it's now going to give you the opportunity to place some curtain grids here. So we are going to start from this vertical one. So if you hover around this horizontal part of the curtain wall, the vertical grids will activate. So we are going to be placing it 1 meter here, 1 meter here, and 1 meter. Okay, so remember what I told you about adding. I just clicked on escape now, editing your munion and creating your munion. So to do that, if you just click on tab, hover around this, click on tab till this munion is highlighted blue and you select it, you can see this munion will appear. This main munion we set it at. So if you click on this unpin here, you can click on this edit, click on duplicate, and call this whatever name you want. Okay, then you can now edit the properties. But I think this properties is okay. You can edit the depth, which is the thickness, the width on each side, which you can edit, the material, whatever. Okay, but I'm satisfied with this one we have, and I'm going to click OK. Then I'm now going to go to curtain grid again, and I'm going to add another curtain grid on the lintel, so it's going to be looking nice, which I've done here. So I'm going to do the same here, but for this I'm going to be putting a curtain grid of 900 millimeter here, then put this here. So now for the final curtain wall, we're going to rotate this to the back, and we're going to be putting one for this kitchen here. Okay, so now we are now going to be adding windows to this curtain wall. Okay, to do that, it's not just simply by going here and just clicking on window here and adding a window here to this curtain wall. It won't make sense. Okay, so you can see it's causing some issues. So I'm going to click on cancel. So if you go to 3D view, we're going to click on tab here, and we're going to select this. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to go back to this template file here. So in this template file, normally I will have told you to load a curtain wall embedded window from a Revit library, but since you have this template file, if you go to the 3D view of the template file, what you can simply do is to just select this curtain wall here. Okay, this curtain wall has some curtain wall windows. Then click on copy to clipboard, then go to this our own 3D of this new file, rotate it, then hit on Ctrl V and just paste it randomly, maybe somewhere here. So after doing this, we are now going to edit this curtain wall because I want it to be transparent. So I'm going to click on it and click on edit type. Then I'm now going to click on file, and I'm going to click on save as, family, and it's going to ask me to save the new file again. Okay, the reason why I'm doing this is because sometimes if you just edit it and reload it, it doesn't work for some reason, which is annoying, but we just have to work around that. So let me just call this CW window and click on save. Then I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit material, and I'm going to click on this solid pattern and change this to none. I'm going to go to appearance, and I'm going to increase the reflectance, click on apply and click on OK. So in short, I'm just going to click on this material and change this to, and look for a material called glass, and just change this to railing glass or something, or normal glass. Make sure I check this use render appearance, click on apply, click on OK. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl S and save it. So I'm now going to click on load into project, and I'm going to click on load into Sci-Fi apartment and click OK. So now I'm going to select this curtain wall now and delete it. Then I'm going to click on tab till I select one of these panels. So I'm going to click on tab till I select. If you go hover around closely, you see that once the panel is highlighted in blue, I'm just going to select it. Then I'm going to simply click on this unpin to unpin it. So I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to be seeing this CW window and I'm going to change it to it. So I'm now going to do the same for these multiple panels and this one too. So we're just going to try to quickly replicate the same thing. So in selecting these panels, you can select multiple. What you have to do is to hover around the part you want to select as usual. Click on tab. Once you have gotten the panel, you hold Control, select the first one. Hover around, release your hand from Control, hover around it again, click on tab. Once you highlight over the second one, hold Control again, select the second one and just do it like that. Okay, you can see this thing will require precise timing. Hold Control. It's just a way to make work faster. Then I'm just going to click on this drop down, or sorry, I'm going to unpin them first. Click on this drop down, change it to CW window. Yeah, so you can see we have the CW window. We're going to do the same for this other side here. All right, so we're going to go back to this DPC now, and we're just going to click on this and just adjust this cutting wall, this zigzag icon on the cutting wall. So this is this for this, and we're just going to still work more on it later. All right, so we're going to be placing some windows for this convenience. Okay, so there's a reason I put two walls in this convenience. One is for a duct, so you will not be seeing toilet window to the public, so it's just kind of a buffer zone apart from this back region that doesn't need to be hidden like that. So I'm going to go to architecture and I'm going to go to window. And I'm going to click on this drop down and click on this W2 window, and I'm going to just check the size of this W2 window, which is 900 by 600. The sail height, remember that you need to copy the walls with the windows from the template file to get this. Okay, so I'm just going to select this and place this at the center. Okay, I'm also going to place this here. And I'm going to place this here. So if you notice something, you notice that this window we place here isn't showing very well. The reason why is that the thing is above the cutting range of this our floor plan. You see, every floor plan is a horizontal section. So that section has a height in which is cutting. So just imagine the building as a piece of cake that somebody cut horizontally. That is what a floor plan basically is. So what we are going to do now is we are going to go to this edit view range here. Under this view range, you can see I clicked on edit and increase this cut plane to 1.8, and I'm going to click on OK. So you can see the windows are showing better and it's showing more accurately. So now I think we have done a good job now. So we are going to now place the entrance door to this building here. Okay, so the entrance door, ideally the best place for the entrance is supposed to be somewhere here, because if you put an entrance door here, but here can also work, so I guess the entrance door will be somewhere here. So we're going to go to the door and we're going to be putting this day 3 door, or we're going to be putting this single swing door. Some people can decide to put a bigger double swing door here, but I see for this kind of compact design, I think a single swing door should do the trick. So we're going to put, no, not D2, we're going to be putting D1 here, and we're going to click on space and place this door here. Let me just confirm my system is charging. So I'm also going to go here and place another door here. Okay, so the reason why I place this door here is because this door is where the service stair is going to be the link to service this kitchen. Okay, so where they can go and throw the trash can from and dispose of it. Okay, so this building, like I said, the Sci-Fi is just applies to the facade. It's just like a characteristics, not really like this is a super tech building. This is still a cost-effective development. Okay, so we're just going to click on this door and adjust it to suit. Okay, Then we can click on this door and make sure this dimension here is 300 millimeter from this place. So now we are going to start furnishing this space. Okay, so in furnishing spaces, you need to identify circulation, especially in this living area. Okay, so looking at this now, you know that the circulation will go somewhere here. If this door was, for instance, located here, the circulation will have been much more controlled and it will just go through somewhere like this. But the reason why I wanted it here is because I wanted a staircase to be in between, and I wanted a dining area to be here, at least, even if it's a small dining area. Okay, so we are going to drag this back here and change the swing to this way. Okay, so we are just going to leave this here. So now we're at this stage at the work. We're at the DPC now. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on file and we're going to be opening our template file. So we're going to be copying some components from there. So we're going to use it to furnish the space. So we're going to go to the ground floor presentation. Okay, and we're just going to copy something. So I'm going to copy this wall, copy this sink here, hold Ctrl to select it. Select this shower head and shower tray as well. Then we can maybe copy this entertainment center. I think we copied these other ones before, so I don't think there's any need to copy them again. Then maybe we can just select this kitchen cabinet here and click on copy to clipboard. Then we'll now go back to this DPC and we're just going to hit Ctrl V and paste it just somewhere outside the main building. Okay, then we're going to delete this other component here and we're going to delete this one here. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on this casework we created from the other kitchen. Click on edit in place because it's a model in place stuff. I'm still going to come into model in place for you to understand it very well. So I'm going to click on this and click on edit extrusion. Then I'm going to select this whole profile and delete it. Then I'm going to start drafting a new profile. So extrusion is basically to extrude a shape. You can see that the extrusion parameters are already shown here. It starts at 0 and ends at 750. So all these parameters, you can set them in an extrusion, but since we're just editing an existing one, we can just continue from here. I'll still come into how to do it from the start. So we're just going to click on this line tool here and we're going to pick a line and just draw a line up to, let's say, 3 meters here. Click on escape, click on this point and draw another line to flush with this place. So since this is a small kitchen, we're going to be using an L-shaped typology. So I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 600 millimeter from this wing and this side. Then I'm going to click on this line tool to close this loop here and close this loop here. So I'm going to trim this and trim this together. So I'm going to click on finish and I'm going to click on finish model. So after doing this now, we're now going to start placing some other furnitures. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on components. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to search for sink because I'll need to place in the kitchen sink here. So I'm going to put this sink kitchen and I'm going to be placing this at let's say 750 above this DPC. That is just in front of this window and place this here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to be looking for gas cooker. So I can just search for cooker and I'm just going to click on cooker here and place this cooker somewhere here. Okay, so now we have placed this. We're going to now place some living room furnitures. So I'm going to click on components, click on this drop down. So if you have copied these components from the template file, if you search Luga, you are going to see this Luga chairs. So I'm going to click on space and place one here. So it's a 3-seater chair. I'm going to click on this drop down and look for this. Click on this entertainment center, click on space and just place it directly opposite this Luga chair. Click on this drop down, click on type table and just select this coffee table here and place it here. Click on this drop down and click on this armchair Viper and I'm going to just place it here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and look for rug, RUG, and place a rug. Click on space till it matches this rectangle here. So you can see how this furnishing is just looking here. So after doing this, now we're going to click on this and we're going to search for table again. So we're going to create a small dining. So I'm going to put this. Okay, so this furniture, I think I got it from Blocks plugin. So Blocks plugin is a very good plugin in Revit. I've covered that more on my video. The link to the video will be in the description. So make sure you try Blocks plugin out. I'm going to leave the link to access Blocks plugin in the description below. So now I'm just going to search table again just to continue. Then I'm going to click on this natural and just place this table here. Okay, click on escape. Then I'm going to click on components again, click on this drop down and look for chairs. So I'm just going to put a chair. So if you can get any chair of your choice, but I'm just putting this simple one here just to create a small dining space. Okay, so I'm going to click on component again, and I'm going to be placing, this time I'm going to be looking for beds. So from the template file, you see this bed. So I'm just going to click on space and place this bed in between these two windows here. Click on space and just rotate it and place it here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down, click on this rug, click on space and place a rug in front of the bed. I'm going to click on this drop down and look for TV. Click on TV or search plasma TV screen. So I'm going to be placing a small plasma screen opposite the bed here and here. So I think this should be a fun part for you, so you can just place this component. So I'm also going to click on this drop down and search for table. Then I'm also going to place a coffee table in front of each bed. One here, one here. So now we are done giving this the basic furniture. We are now going to furnish the bedroom and toilet. So in furnishing bedroom and toilet, we are going to start from the WC. Okay, so we're going to click on this drop down and search for WC. So if you want to get WC, you can just go to the template file, copy it with the host wall like how I showed you before, and it's going to be here. So normally in older designs, you are going to see people usually placing the WC somewhere here that is perpendicular to this access wall. So I think here is nice because all the pipings can come through this wall, because we are still going to place the shower tray and the shower head. Then I'm also going to do the same for this here. So I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to be looking for sink. Next. Then I'm just going to click on this sink head here and I'm going to place the sink here and another sink, let's say somewhere here. So now I'm not going to place the shower tray. So I'm going to look for this shower tray. This one, the dimension, I'm just going to click on edit in place and I'm going to reduce this dimension depth. Okay, I think we can work with this 1.8 first, but we are going to be using this 1.8. Okay, this is even more than 1.8. So we are going to edit this one first and make it 1.5. So it's going to match our smaller WC. Okay, like this. Then I'm now going to edit, duplicate, click on OK, and just increase this one to 2.1. So it's going to now match the master convenience here. Then I'm now going to click on this drop down and I'm going to put this shower head column. And I'm going to place the shower head here. So all these plumbing fixtures, the pipe can go through this wall. Okay, then will be ducted here. So I'm also going to place the shower head of this here. So now I'm just going to click on this drop down. Okay, sorry, component. Click on this drop down and look for WC again. Then I'm going to click on WC and place a WC here. Click on this drop down, look for sink and place a sink head here. Okay, so this is quite tight, so I think placing a sink head here might just do it. So let me just place it here. Okay, so now basically we have furnished these spaces, but we haven't given these spaces names yet. Okay, so the names of the spaces are going to be important. So there are two ways to name spaces in Revit. One is the actual, what I'll call the proper way, and one is just annotation. So you can easily go to annotate and you can go to text and you can call this living room. Okay, so this is just a text. This is not a room in Revit. So the proper way to create room names in Revit, or to create rooms per se in Revit, is to go to architecture and click on rooms. So once you click on these rooms here, they are going to see this room name with room tag will appear. You are going to click on this drop down and make sure it's room tag with area and click on adjust limit. Then you are now going to set the parameter. So currently the constraint starts from DPC. You are going to change this upper limit to first floor. So it's going to be from DPC to first floor. Then you can now change this limit offset to 0. Okay. Then if you place this inside this space, now you are going to see the area will also come out. So now you have done this. If you do it for this other space, click on room again, place this, you are going to see the area will come out. Then you do this here, the same thing here. So the thing you'll be asking is, this thing is just showing room names. How are we going to make it show the name of the room? So to do that, you're just going to double click on the top, like go over around this room name and just double click it. Then you can just call this bedroom or bedroom 1, or let's just say bedroom. Okay, so this number attached to it is what they call room number, but I don't think in most cases it's necessary. So what we're going to do is we're going to edit this room tag here. So this is called a room tag, and this is called a room in Revit. So what we're now going to do is we're going to select this, we're going to click on edit family, and we're going to be able to edit this room tag. So the first thing I usually do is to delete this room number. I don't personally need it. Click on this volume and delete volume. I don't need the volume. So I'm going to now go to view. I'm going to now go to graph visibility graphics, click on annotation categories, and click on this show annotation categories in this view and click OK. Then I'm going to hover around this box here, click on tab, select it, all of them, and delete it. Click on this area value, click on it and move it upwards. Click on this too. Click left click and hold and just drag it down somewhere here. So we're now going to edit this text size. So I'm going to click on this, click on edit type, duplicate, and click OK. So I'm going to change this text font to a text font of my choice. So for this, I'm just going to use Century Gothic. Then I'm going to now change the text size to 1.4. And I'm now going to change the color of this area to red and click OK. So you can see I'm now going to click on this, just use my direction key on my keyboard to move it upwards. So I'm going to click on this room name now, move it downwards again, then click on edit type, then just change this text font to let me use the same Century Gothic. I'm going to check this bold here, and I'm going to change the text font size to 2 and click on apply and click on OK. So after this is done, I'm just going to click on load into project. I'm going to select our file, which is the Sci-Fi apartment, and I'm going to click OK. They said, do you want to save changes to M room? I'll say no. And I'm now going to click on override existing version and its parameter values. So you can see how it's going to look. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this, click on edit family, just to make sure. I'm going to click on this text, click on edit type, and change this text from background to transparent to opaque. Okay, select this one too, click on edit type, change it from transparent to opaque and click OK. Then I'm going to load it again once more and override graphics. So you can see because of this opaque is showing more pronounced. Okay, so now we have our room tags ready. So now we are now going to name this living area. Okay, so we are going to name this kitchen. Okay, so if you come to this space, if you go to architecture and you click on room again and you want to move this space, you'll notice that it's also including this space we left for our walk-in closet, which I'm going to click escape. So what we are going to do to separate these spaces, because these rooms normally the way they work is they are only enclosed by walls. So what I'm going to do to separate it, I'm going to click on this room separator and I'm just going to draw a room separator here and another room separator line here. I'm also going to draw in spaces like this that are not blocked with wall, room separator line, to indicate this is going to be a terrace. Okay, so you are still going to see how this terrace is going to work. Mind you, remember that we're working on one side of the project very well before we mirror it to the side and copy it throughout the apartment, because this is how I feel is the best way to work on apartment projects in Autodesk Revit. So what I'm now going to do is, after I've clicked on this room separator lines, I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm now going to select one room separator line, right click, hide in view by category. Then if I click on rooms now, you're going to see what is going to highlight now is only the room itself. Okay, this living room, because it has separated from this closet. So I'm going to place one here, place another one here, place one here, place another room here, place a room here, place a room here, place a room here. So now I'm going to start naming them accordingly. So I'm going to call this master bedroom. So I'm going to call this bit/WC. I'm going to hit Ctrl A to select it and Ctrl C to copy it. Then I'm just going to double click on this and Ctrl V and paste it here. Then I'm going to call this w.i.c, meaning walk-in closet. Okay, so now I'm going to call this terrace. Okay, so remember I gave provision for a possible balcony here, but we are not going to touch anything on these balconies very well till we start working on the facade. So I'm going to call this WC, and I'm going to call this trap lobby. Okay, so just a design feature. In order to privatize these bedrooms, what I can do now is to carry this door, this wall, drag it up to this point, click on AL, which is aligned, select this soffit and match this here. Then I'm going to click on this door, click on mirror, and mirror it perpendicularly to this part of this. Then delete this door here. So this door will come from here, and I'll just change the direction clicking on this. So it's going to kind of privatize these bedrooms from this living area, so it will not be anybody coming to this living area will just get to see the bedrooms. Okay, so this is 1 meter. I can still reduce this a bit to, let's say, 1.2, which I think is sufficient. So I'm just going to adjust this door here to make sense. All right, so now I think we have made progress now. So now we are now going to go to 3D view, and we're going to see what we've done. So I think so far we have done an amazing work. Mind you, remember we have not even placed the floor, which we are still going to do. So what we're now going to do is we're going to left click, hold, and select everything here. Mind you, we didn't select this scope box, so we just hovered around close to the project itself, all the work we have done, and selected everything from this 3D view. Then we're going to go back to this natural ground level where we drew this line here. So I'm going to click on mirror by draw axis. So I'm going to hover where this line is showing this triangle here. Then I'm going to, like the middle of this line where this triangle is indicated, I'm now going to mirror it. Okay, so it's showing that host cannot be copied, so there is an error. So I'm going to double click now, and I'm going to try and select everything again. And see, go back to NGL, and I'm going to click on filter. So now I'm going to see what might be causing issue. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to try uncheck this cutting wall grids, uncheck this cutting wall panels, uncheck this cutting wall munions, and click OK. Then I'm still going to try and mirror it, make sure I check this copy and see if it's going to work. So I'm going to click on show. So you can see that this is this chair that is giving an issue. So I'm going to click on cancel, and I'm going to delete this. So I'm going to click on escape again and select everything. Then I'm going to go back to NGL, and I'm going to try and mirror it now. Okay, so just like that, it has mirrored. So if you go back to DPC, if you click on architecture and you click on tag room, you are going to also see. So what we're going to do now is, since the rooms didn't mirror, I'm going to select everything here. Okay, I'm going to click on filter, click on check none. Then I'm going to click on rooms and room tags. Check these rooms and room tags. Click OK. Go to NGL. Click on mirror and mirror the rooms and the room tags to this other space, since the room separator lines were mirrored. So if you go back to DPC now, you are going to see the room tags will also appear on this other side, meaning you can see our apartment. Okay, so now we have gotten to this point. Now we are now going to draft out our steps, okay, or our staircase. So what we're going to do first is we're going to go back to NGL, and we're going to draw a wall locking this point here to this point. So I'm going to go to architecture, walls, and I'm going to click on this drop down and change it back to 2254. And I'm going to reset the constraint. So I'm going to set the constraint from NGL to first floor. Okay, then I'm now going to make sure it is wall center line. Let me just select the normal one, 2254, wall center line, NGL to first floor, set. So I'm going to draw a wall here up to this point. Click on escape. I'm going to go here too, or then I'm going to click on this drop down and change it to finish wall exterior, and I'm going to pick this point up to this point. So from this now we can see that this space isn't enough for this door here. So I'm going to go back to this DPC, and unfortunately I'll have to select these two doors and change it to D2, which is a smaller door that will enter. Alright, so what we're going to do now is we're going to click on these doors here, click on move, and just move these doors till they flush with this wall here. Okay, so we're making good progress now. So now I think we can now draft our floors. So to create floors in Revit is pretty simple. So we're going to go to architecture, then we're going to see this floor tab. So because we have transferred templates, we have a variety of floor options. So we're going to be going with this floor main, which is a 150mm thick slab. Okay. So after doing this, we're just going to click on this boundary line and we're going to sketch. So normally the way floors are actually constructed in real life is they are usually casted at the externals of the slab of the walls. Okay, but for just modeling sake, I usually like putting them in the internals of the walls. Then when I'm detailing the building or I'm trying to get the working drawings out, I'm still going to use tail lines and enough infographic lines to indicate that these slabs are actually going to be casted at the external of the walls. So just keep that in mind. So what I'm going to be doing now is just for easy modeling sake and visualization purposes. So I'm going to be following these floors at the internal surface of these walls. Okay, then I'm going to continue it here up to this point here. Then I'm going to be avoiding this duct here because they are ducts. I don't think they need to be. They will not. The slabs will not be casted over them. Up to inside here, up to this point here, and here. So after doing this, you just click on finish and congratulations, you have created your slab. So if you go to 3D view, you are going to see what we have done and you can see how it is looking now. You can see this is the back, and for if you are starting with Revit and you have gotten to this point, I think you have made a lot of progress. So now we are going to go back to our DPC. Okay, let's just quickly save the project, and now we have gone back to our DPC. We are now going to design the staircase for this project. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set some boundaries. Okay, so I'm going to give provisions for space, so here will not be too clogged up. So I'm going to go to annotate detail line and I'm going to draft a line from here up to 1.2. okay, then I'm going to draw another line from here up to 1.5. So this line are kind of boundaries, so it's going to give me enough a good guideline to, like, so I'll give enough provision while designing this staircase that is going to serve these spaces. So I'm going to go to architecture and I'm going to go to stair. So under this stair, we are now going to click on this drop down and we're going to change this to monolithic staircase. After changing it to monolithic staircase, we are now going to set the constraints and levels. So after doing this now, we are now going to set this top level to first floor. Okay, then we're going to now set the desired number of staircase steps. So this desired number of steps actually controls the riser height. Okay, so if for instance I increase the number of steps required, is going to reduce this riser height. Currently is 157.5. You can see it's grayed out here if you zoom in. Then we're going to change it to 21, so it's going to now meet up to 150. Then I'm going to change this thread depth to 300. So now I'm going to edit this staircase type. I'm now going to click on this run type monolithic run. Then I'm going to make sure this is smooth. This is 150. The monolithic material is floor slab, which is fine. I'm going to now add some nosing and some thread. So I'm going to click on this thread and I'm going to change this thread thickness to 10mm. And I'm going to leave the thread profile at default. The nosing, I'm going to click on this nosing profile, click on this and change this to 30mm radius, 20mm nosing, this smallest one. Then I'm going to put this nosing length at 10mm for now. I'm still going to fact check it. Okay, so this apply nosing front only is fine, and I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm going to click on OK again. So now I'm not going to start sketching the staircase. So instead of using these run tools, you can use these run tools by the way, but what I will recommend is to use this create sketch. So once I use this create sketch, I'm going to draw the boundary line first. So I'm going to draw a boundary line from here to this point. Then I'm now going to divide it at this point here and draw another boundary here. So now I'm going to click on trim to trim this to this point here. So I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 1.2 meter from this side here. Okay, so this is 2.4. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be offsetting 1150mm from each side. So there will be 100 mm left here. Then I'm now going to offset 600 mm from this upside here. So I'm going to now trim this. So please take note of this boundary line sketch. You see, I didn't draw any boundary line covering here or covering here. The boundary line was just at the peripherals of the staircase profile. If you draw a boundary line like this and close this loop, it is not going to work. Okay, it is not going to create the staircase. So let's delete this. So I'm going to click on riser and I'm going to draw the first riser here. So you can see a parameter is showing 1 riser created, 20 remaining. So this is going to be like a guide. So we are going to click on offset and we're going to be offsetting this riser here by 300 millimeter. So it's going to form the threads and risers. So it's showing 11 remaining. 10 remaining now. So after doing this now, that means if it's 10 remaining here, we can just offset one more. It's showing 12 remaining, 9 remaining. So I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. So it means that there is actually space to make this stair windows bigger. So we can drag. You saw what I did. Now let me hit Ctrl Z. So I can drag this boundary line to match this. Then I'm going to select this, all of this here. Click on this mirror tool, mirror by draw axis, select the middle here and draw a line like this. So I've mirrored this. So it's showing -1 staircase remaining. So I'm going to click on this and delete this last one. Then I'm now going to click on trim and trim this here, trim this here. So wow, this staircase is looking complete, but we are not just there quite yet. So I'm going to click on stair path to indicate the stair path, and I'm going to start the thing from here up to this point. Draw another line from here up to this point and join it together. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So after clicking on finish, you are going to see this is the stairs is created. This is where this arrow here shows how the stair flows. So it starts from here and lands here. So what we are going to do, since I want to create a kind of step that is going to match this project, I want the staircase to have 2 steps here. So one serving this terrace, one serving this main entrance. So you have both an emergency exit and a main entrance here. So I'm going to select this staircase, click on mirror, select this middle point and mirror it to this side. Make sure I check this copy while mirroring it. So let me do it again just for clarity. Select it, click on mirror, make sure this copy is checked on and draw the mirror line this way. So you can see that this is how the staircase is. So I'm just going to click on finish and we're going to see it form in real time. So now what we're going to do is, first of all, there is an error here, and I've always noticed it with this template, is that anytime you transfer this template and you create a staircase, the railing is going to carry, the handrail is going to carry a Kebs profile. So if you go to 3D, we are going to see it's carrying a Kebs profile. So how are we going to solve this? Very simple. We are going to click on this railing here. Click on edit type, any of the railings. Once you edit one, the others is going to apply to all of them. Then we're now going to scroll down and we're going to click on this handrail. We're going to click on this top rail, click on these 3 dots under type, then click on this drop down and just look for this handrail, any handrail. Yeah, you can use this handrail mini. Click on apply and click on OK. So we are going to click on these 3 dots. The reason why is I will need to change this material from this Kebs material to something, maybe look for aluminium. Okay, I didn't spell it well. So I'm just going to select any metal, aluminium, click apply, click OK, and click OK again. So after doing this, I'm now going to select these 2 railings here, separating them and delete it simply. So if you rotate this now, you are going to see how this staircase formed. So I think it's a nice design choice. So you come up from here. So if I want to hide this wall temporarily, I'm just going to select it and click HH. So this temporary hide. Okay. So you are going to see how someone comes up here and comes up here. Then there will be a landing at this point. So I'm going to click HR to undo the temporary hide. Then we're going to go back to DPC. Okay, so now we have done all of this. What I'm going to do now is we are going to now do some duplicating. So firstly, let's hide all these things in this DPC, all this reference plane. Select all of them, right click, hide in view by category. Do the same here, select this, right click, hide in view by category. So after doing this now, what we're now going to do is we're just to select everything here. Okay, Then we're now going to go back to this NGL while all of them are still selected. Then we're going to click on copy. Okay, click on paste, align to selected views. Then we're now going to select the first floor and click on OK. So it's going to take a bit of time and we're just going to click OK. So if you go to first floor now, you're going to see the same space. So if you go to 3D view now, you're going to see the staircase also copied in the first floor. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to this first floor and adjust the first most important thing, the floors. Because in this first floor, the floor cannot cover this staircase. If not, how will people move through? So we're going to click on this floor, click on edit boundary, click on this box tool and draw a box line from this point here up to this point here. Okay? So I think we can extend this here since the staircase is landing here. So we are just going to draw a line here and we're going to draw a line from this point just to make sure it matches the landing. And we're going to click on this trim tool here. I clicked on this trim tool here to just trim this here and trim this. Click on escape. Okay. So now I'm going to also click on finish for now and click on don't attach. So now I'm going to rotate this now. So you can see we have copied this, but there is an issue. If you look at this, you will notice that if you click on this wall here, you will notice that the wall is starting from this minus 450. So these walls here are clashing with the walls beneath them. Because if you look at this wall we copied, it starts from the NGL to the first floor. So if you copy it to the first floor, that extra length will go somewhere, which is why you can see that the walls here are offsetting downwards because we copied it from the DPC. Even though we went to the natural ground level, as far as we selected it at the DPC, it means we copied it from the DPC. So in a nutshell, what we are going to do is we are just going to rotate this from this 3D view and we are going to select everything here up to this point. Okay. After selecting everything up to this point, we're going to click on filter and we're going to check none and only check the walls and click OK. Okay, so we are not meant to select too much. So what we're going to do is let's just select the top part so we don't select any cutting walls. Okay, once we select the top part, click on filter, check none and check walls and click OK. Then these walls, now that the base offset is minus 450, we're going to change it to 0. And we're going to make sure the top constraint is second floor and it has resolved. Okay, so another thing we're going to confirm is the steps. So we're going to go to first floor and we're going to select these steps here. These steps that are supposed to go from first floor to second floor, which I think it did very well. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to replicate something similar and copy it. So you can see that there is some issues here. These our room separator lines didn't copy from the DPC to this first floor. So I'll have to go back to DPC. I'll now go over to this icon here called Review Hidden Element. Then I'm going to select it. Then I'm just going to select these room separator lines, hold Control and manually select all of them. Then select copy and click on paste. Align to selected level. So instead of only copying it to the first floor, I'm also going to copy it to the second floor. So I will not just forget. Then I'm going to click on this to close this dialog. So if you go back to first floor now, you are going to see the same thing has been there and it has been resolved. So what we are going to do now is we're now going to select everything. We are going to do the same thing we did. Let's just hide all these distractions here. Then we're now going to select everything here again. Then we're going to click on filter because remember we have already copied the room separator lines to the second floor. So I'm going to uncheck this room separation, click on OK. Then I'm just going to click on copy. Okay, before I click on copy, I'm going to hold shift and uncheck this text. I'm going to go to filter and I'm going to uncheck this stair and stair run and stair path and click OK. Then because remember that the second floor is the last floor. So we don't need to copy an extra steps there. Okay. So what we're just going to need to do is just to copy the other things apart from the steps. Okay. So I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected views and select second floor, and we're going to click on OK. So our second floor is set. So if you go to 3D view now, you are going to see all the floors have been copied successfully. So everything is just looking like a simple box. So how is this thing looking so creative? We are still going to work on the facade. Okay, just have some patience. So what we're going to do now is the same thing we did before. We're just going to select everything at the top part here, just the top part. Then we're going to click on filter, click on check none and check only walls and click OK. Then we're going to change the wall top constraint from ceiling to roof level and the top offset to 0. So it's just going to match it here. So now this is done. I think we have done a great job. So now we are going to start finishing up some things. Then we're now going to start the facade design. Okay. So all right, so in this facade design, what I'm mainly going to be doing is working with the balconies. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this first floor and I'm going to outdo some line works. Okay, so I'm going to be knowing when I'm going to be marking, okay, for what I intend to do on the facade. So let's start from here. So I'm going to go to annotate, I'm going to go to detail line, and as usual I'm going to be giving this 1.2 from here. Then I'm now going to draw a line up to this point here where this wall stops. Then I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm going to draw another line from here 1.2 meter up to where this wall is going to stop. Let's say just a bit above here. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to click on architecture and I'm going to click on wall. So after I've set this wall, I'm going to set the base offset as -450, because when you are using walls to create dwarf walls for balcony, you should always create the walls in a way that you give provision for structural beams underneath it. So I'm also going to click on this top offset and set it to second floor. Okay, I have something in mind, by the way. So I'm now going to go over here and I'm going to put a top offset of 150 millimeter over this second floor, or let me make it 300 millimeter. Okay, so the elements are going to be okay. Since the building is small, let me just make it 150. Then I'm going to set this as finish face exterior and I'm going to pick at this exterior point of here up to this point. So I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm going to select this wall and go to 3D view. So it's something like this, which you feel is weird. So I'm going to click on rotate it to the front, select this wall, click on edit profile. Then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to offset 600 from the top and bottom. Offset 600 from here, offset 600 from here. So what I'm now going to do now is I'm going to click on this and I'm going to draw a line from this point here, a diagonal line up to this point. Let's say somewhere 45 degrees. Let's just say 45 degrees here. So after doing this, I'm now going to click on offset and I'm going to offset that diagonal line by 600. So I'm going to click on trim and I'm going to trim this here, trim this here. I'm also going to trim this here and trim this here. Then I'm going to do something interesting. I'm going to click on this fillet arc tool and I'm going to pick this line and pick this line. Then I'm going to fillet it, do the same for this and fillet this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on this and change this radius to 3.6 meter. I'm going to click on this and do the same here, 3.6. If it's not filling, I'm not feeling the curviness too much, so I'm going to make it 4.2 on each of the curves. And do the same here. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to offset 600 here and 600 here. Then I'm just going to trim this here, trim this here, trim this here and trim this here. So just to confirm, I'm going to click on this line here. This is 4.8 and this is 3.6. Why this is 4.2? So I'm going to click on this and make this 4.2. Then I'm going to click on this and delete this line here, then offset it here. So this is going to now make this balanced. So these outer ones are 4.2 and these inner arcs are 3.6, which I think is fine. So I'm now going to click on trim now, and I'm just going to trim here and trim here. So I'm going to create something a bit kind of interesting here. So I'm going to click on this line and see if drawing a line here up to 900 millimeter up to this point will actually look good. So I kind of feel it will spoil the effect I want to create. So I'm going to hit Ctrl Z for now and just leave it at this, then click on finish. So after creating this element, which is just slanted like this, is a simple slanted element, I'm now going to go to this first floor again. And I'm now going to draft in some dwarf walls here. So I'm going to go to annotate again. I'm going to go to detail line and I'm going to draw a line from here up to 1.2. Or this line is going to be up to 1.5. In short, I'm going to draw a line from here up to 1.5 here and here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on this offset and offset this 1.5 more by 225. Uncheck this copy and do it like this. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on architecture wall, and this wall now I'm going to do is I'm going to set it up to the roof level and change the top offset to 0. Still maintain this minus 450. Then I'm going to draw a wall. Click on escape, draw a wall from here, draw another wall from here, and draw another wall from here. So it's going to form something like this. Then this wall, I'm going to select it, click on mirror and mirror it to this other wing. So after doing this now, what I'm now going to do now is I'm going to go to wall again. I'm going to go to annotate, click on detail line, draw a line from here up to 1.2 and draw another line here to match this here. So I'm now going to click on trim and trim this here and delete this line. So now I'm going to go to annotate now. I'm going to go to annotate detail line. I'm now going to click on this fillet arc, select these two lines here and arc it. Then I'm going to click on this and change this value to 1.2. Okay, so now what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to click on this line and move it to this point. So it's going to match this grid here. So I'm now going to go to architecture, walls. Then I'm going to set this from first floor to first floor, surprisingly. Then I'm just going to change the top offset. The base offset is minus 450 and the top offset is 150. That is basically plus 150. So minus 450 plus 150 is 600 millimeter, which is now going to form a dwarf wall here. So if you don't want to stress yourself at this corner, you can just click on pick line, pick edge, and you should just pick this line, then pick here too, and click escape. So if you can go to 3D view, we are going to see that we're already creating something. Okay, but this is still the early stage of what we have in mind. So now we are now going to go to this second floor. So in this second floor, we are going to do something similar here. So what I'm going to do first is for this second floor, I'm going to select this dwarf wall here, click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected levels. It's asking us to save, which I'll click. And then we're going to paste it on the second floor and click OK. So it's basically kind of replicating somehow. So the next thing we're now going to do now is we're now going to go to this second floor for now. Okay, so in this second floor now we have a long wall, at least spanning up to this point. So I'm just going to delete this line here, and so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to delete here as well, and click on this wall. So I'm going to go back to this 3D view. I'm going to click on this wall here, then I'm now going to rotate this here. So I'm going to click on edit profile, and I'm going to do something a bit interesting. So I'm going to click on this line walk. Then I'm going to draw a line from here up to this point here. Okay, so after drawing that line up to this point, I'm going to go here and draw another line connecting it to this point. So after doing this now, I'm going to go here and draw a line from this point here up to this point. Then I'm going to elevate this wall here up to let's say 750. Click on enter. Then I'm going to draw a line here 900 and draw a diagonal line to just meet here. So I don't know if you see what I'm doing here. So I'm going to click on trim and I'm going to trim this here. On join element, trim this here. Okay, so we are going to have something like this. So now after we have something like this, I'm now going to click on finish. So the fact that this whole thing is forming one whole, so instead of on the second thought, I just thought of something. So normally I was supposed to use another wall to create another beam on top here, but we can still click on this wall, rotate it to this front, edit this approach here. So what we are now going to do is we are going to draw a wall here. We are going to go from this roof level, a line here from this roof level to this ceiling level, and we're going to draw a line up to this point and join this here. So I'm also going to draw another line here up to this point. Then I'm going to click on this start arc line, and I'm going to click on escape first, select this point, then arc here up to this point. Then I'm going to click on offset and offset this by 600 millimeter. Make sure I check this copy and arc here too. Click on escape, delete this line here and delete this line here. So I'm going to click finish. So we are going to have something like this. So after doing this now, I think you can see the whole idea of this concept we are trying to create here. So we're going to go back to the first floor. Then I'm going to select this wall here and I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm now going to mirror it. Select the center of this wall and mirror it to this side. Then I'm also going to select this wall here. I'm going to click on mirror and I'm just going to mirror it to this side as well. So if you go to this 3D view, we are having something like this. Okay, so the thing is gradually, slowly but surely, is already creating the idea of what I envisioned for this kind of conceptual stuff. So now we are going to go over to this portion here and we're going to create the balcony that is going to encompass this portion of this building. Okay, so let's just get to it. So let's go to this second floor now. So in this second floor, what we are going to be doing is we are going to try and just be completing these balconies here that are not yet complete. So we are going to start from this side. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from here up to, let's use 2.4. So since there is no grid here, what we are going to do is we can just try and match this balcony with this toilet wall here and try to stop it here. So I'm going to go to architecture, click on wall now, and I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to draw a wall from, okay, I'm going to set the parameters of this wall. So I'm going to go to architecture wall. I'm going to set it from second floor up to roof level. Then I'm going to remove this offset here to 0 and I'm going to leave this base offset here. So I'm going to draw a wall from here. This is set at finish face exterior, by the way. I'm going to draw a wall from here, this edge here, this point here, pick here. Then I'm going to draw it up to here, or rather select it and draw it up to this point here. Let me just click on AL, select this edge of this window and align it here. Then click on escape. So if you go back to 3D view, we are going to be looking at something like this. So just to add a bit of contrast, I'm going to change some walls. So what I'm going to do is all these external walls, I'm going to highlight all of them, all the main external walls, not these balcony walls I've been creating. After highlighting these main ones, let me just highlight all of them. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to duplicate this and I'm going to call this 00 darker shade walls. So after giving it this name, I'm going to click on OK, click on edit type, click on this material, right click duplicate and call this 00 darker shade. Then I'm just going to click on this icon here, click on appearance, and I'm going to go to wall paint to change the material. So let's look for this light shade blue. Then I'm just going to close this here. Then I'm just going to try and affect the color, and I'm just going to make the color a bit darker. Click on OK. Click on this color again, make it just a bit darker, and click on OK here. Then click on apply. Click on OK. Click on OK. Apply. OK. So the walls are something like this. So you can see the contrast will come out now, and it's looking this way. So I'm also going to select this wall here. I'm going to click on copy, paste, align to selected levels, ceiling level, and click OK. So I'm now going to change this, set the parameters, right? Change it from ceiling level, change this top offset to 0, then change this top constraint to roof level, and change this bottom offset to 0. So it's now from ceiling to roof level, sorry. So it will just flush with this. So this is why levels are important, because it kind of serves as a guide while creating this kind of will I say complex project. Okay, so I'm going to rotate this here, and I'm going to click on this wall, and I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm first going to click on this arc tool, and I'm going to pick a line to this point and draw another to this point here, and I'm going to arc this perfectly. So I'm now going to click on offset again, and I'm going to be offsetting by 600 millimeter once more. After offsetting by 600 millimeter, so coming to think of it, I was thinking that maybe 600 millimeter offset is too small for this. I might increase it to 750. So let's continue at 600. So I'm just going to continue at 600 millimeter. Okay, click on escape and delete this. So after doing this, I'm going to click on split, and I'm going to split here, and I'm now going to click on trim this here, trim this here, then I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so you can see I'm just trying to create a kind of interconnected elements on this facade design with these wall tools. So finally, we are now going to go into model in place, and for this model in place, we are going to be creating the element I want to create at this region of this, at this portion of this building. So what we are going to do now is we are going to go to model in place. Okay, but let's just first go to second floor, and we're just going to go over to this portion and click on architecture. Okay, I think this wall stopped here, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to 3D. I'm going to select this, rotate this way, click on edit profile, and click on offset, and offset this by 225. Uncheck this copy and just offset this here and click finish. So I'm going to go back to this second floor now, and I'm going to try and draw a wall to kind of close up this place. So what I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to kind of do some graphics work. So we are going to know which wall we are cutting through and which wall we are not cutting through. So I'm just first going to click on this and change this to fine. Then I'm going to click on this, leave it at hidden lines. Then I'm going to click on VV. Then I'm going to scroll down, and I'm going to go to this wall pattern, click on this pattern here. Click on this drop down and select solid fill. Click on color and drag it to almost pure black and click OK. Click OK. Then we're going to now go to line works, override the weight, select 6 weight and click OK. Click on apply, click OK now. So another thing we're going to be doing now is we're now going to go over to, let's just select all of this and hide it in view by categories as usual. Okay, so we're now going to go over to this view range and click on edit type. So we're now going to set this view range at 1800 millimeter, and we're going to click OK. So I'm going to also go to architecture, click on walls. Then I'm now going to draw a wall, set the base constraint of the wall at second floor, base offset minus 450, and set the top constraint at second floor, top offset 150 or plus 150. So I'm now going to draw a wall from this point here, or rather change it to finish face interior and draw a wall from here up to this point here. So after doing this now, the major problem I have with this is, if you go to this 3D view, you are going to see that this is a continuous element. So where the thing demarcates is kind of problematic. So since this wall, we are going to try and rotate this here, and we're going to try and drag this wall till it matches this one here. So let's just make it 900 plus 900. So it's just going to match this here. Okay. So now we are going to go to this second floor here, and we're going to start doing the model in place we want to do. So what we're going to be using is the sweep tool. So to access this model in place, we're going to click on components drop down, model in place. Then we're now going to click on we're going to scroll down and select walls and click OK. Then we're going to click OK. So we're going to click on sweep. We're going to click on sketch path. We're going to click on set and set the work plane. The work plane is second floor, which is okay. Then we're going to draw our path. So sweep basically means to sweep a profile through a path. Okay, so this is the path we are drawing first. So we drew a straight line here. So what we're now going to do is to click escape, and we're now going to go to 3D view. Okay, so you can see this is the sweep line in 3D view. So we are going to click on finish here, then edit the profile. So now we are now going to create the profile we want to sweep through. So I'm going to rotate this to this front here, and I'm just going to pick here, click on pick line, and I'm going to pick here. So after picking here, what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting this by 150 millimeter here like this. So I'm going to click on this line and close here, click on this line and close here. Okay, so I'm going to click on that. So I'm now going to edit the material. So I'm going to try to make the material match the normal wall material. So I'm just going to click on wall, and I'm going to be using this our wall 01 wall paint and click OK. Then I'm going to click finish and finish again. So you are going to now see the element we've created. So you can see how this thing just made sense and it flushes well with what we want to do. So after doing this now, we're now going to rotate this here, and we're still going to do some void forms to cut through it. So we're also going to ventilate these spaces that are going to be here, since this is still going to be a balcony. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to go to this portion here, and we're going to do the same thing. So for this, we're going to go to this second floor. We're going to go to architect create. We're going to go to sweep. We're going to go to sketch path, and we're going to draw a line from here. I think from here, this is where we started, from here to here. Then click on escape, click on finish, click on edit profile, and go to 3D view, open view. Then after doing this now, we're just going to pick here, and pick here. Okay, so I just noticed something now that, so I think it's best we just pick this whole, draw the profile and fill up this whole place. The reason why is that if you don't do it, it's going to like kind of create a vacuum under, where after the slab is going to like be a pit. So I think it's best you just create a full block mass like this. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on offset here, and I'm going to be offsetting 25 millimeter in this mass, so it's going to be realistic, especially when you're maybe doing detailing. And I'm going to click on finish. So if you look at it now, I think it will make more sense now. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to go over to this one here. We're going to click on edit sweep. We're going to click select sweep, edit profile, and we're going to just click on offset and offset this profile by 450. So it's going to match this inner one. So after doing this now, we're just going to click on trim here too. Select this line, delete it, click on offset, then offset this by 25 millimeter here, and just trim it together. Okay, Ctrl Z, trim here, and click finish. So now we will need to now solve another issue. So we will need to actually create an opening here. Even though this thing is curved, we need to create an opening here. So the reason for that opening is ventilation will be able to enter these spaces here. So what we're now going to do now is we're going to rotate this here, and we're going to be using the void extrusion. So I'm going to click on create, model in place, void forms, and I'm now going to click void extrusion. Then I'm going to set a plane, and I'm going to click pick work plane, and I'm just going to be picking this wall. So after picking this wall, I'm going to click on this box here, and I'm going to change it to wireframe. Sorry, let me change it to wireframe. So with this wireframe, I'm going to be seeing everything in like 4D. So I'm going to click on this box too, and I'm going to try to pick the windows here. So I'm going to try to pick the beginning of this window here. Since this one goes all the way to this point, I'm going to try and pick from this window here up to this point here. Okay, then I'm going to click on this and change it back to shaded. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to now set this void for extrusion to be minus 3000. So it's going to cut the opposite way, because normally as I pick this plane, if I set it at 3000, it's going to cut this side. So after doing this, I'm now going to click on this cut tool here, drop down, click on cut geometry, select this void and select here, and it's going to cut it open. So now what I'm going to do, just for this thing to look aesthetically pleasing, I'm going to select this, click on edit extrusion and just adjust it to, let's say, offset here by 1.2. Uncheck this copy and just offset it this way. Or what I can do now is, just to make things easier for us, I'm just going to select this, click on edit extrusion, offset this by, let's say, 900. Then click on this and reduce this distance to 600 mm or 300. Okay, then I'm just going to select this, select copy and copy it at intervals of 600. Then I can just select these two, click on copy, pick this point as a reference plane and just copy it like this. So I'm just going to repeat it. So it's going to look interesting. Okay, then I can maybe delete this last one. So I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so now I've done something like this. I'm now going to select this here, this form here, click on edit sweep, click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to hover around this inner profile, click on tab, select everything, delete it and click on finish. Okay, so if you look at this, we're now going to click finish here. So now what we're going to do now is we're now going to start, since I think we have outlined the way the balconies are going to be, at least most of them. So what I'm just reconsidering, I've just been reconsidering making this balcony profile thicker, because I feel it's kind of a bit redundant. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to start making everything thicker. So let's start from this front one and we're going to click edit profile. So the first thing I'm going to do is to delete these lines here. I'm going to delete these ones here too. So I'm going to click on offset and change it to 750. Check this copy, offset here, offset here, offset here, offset here. Then I'm just going to trim this. Okay, then I'm going to click on finish. So what I'm now going to do now is I'm going to select these two levels here and I'm going to click on move, or I can click on this level here and change this dimension from 600 to 750. So everything attached to it is going to adjust. Then click on this one and increase the distance back to 900. So it's going to increase by 150. So I'm going to select this, click on edit profile. Then I'm going to delete these two lines here. Then I'm just going to select this and click on move and just move it to match these other ones. So after doing this now, I'm now going to do the same thing I did before. Draw my arc here. Even though it's a bit bigger, but I don't mind. Click on offset and offset this by 750. Click on finish. So it's something thicker like this and more robust, which I feel is better. So I'm going to rotate this here. And I'm now going to select this wall here, select all these individual independent dwarf walls. Also go to this side and do the same thing. Then instead of them being top offset being 150, I'm going to change the top offset to 300 millimeter. Okay, so I'm also going to rotate this here, click on this, edit profile, rotate this way. Then I'm just going to delete this line here. Then I'm just going to offset again. Sorry, offset 750 here. here, and here. Then I'm going to trim and join this together. So I'm going to select this dwarf wall here and increase the top offset to 300. Okay, so this wasn't too difficult to adjust. So now we'll just adjust this model in place. Click on edit profile, select this, edit the sweep, rotate this to this side, click on edit, select profile, edit profile, select everything here, delete, then just pick here and click on offset and offset 750 and just basically fill layer up. Click finish. Rotate this too. Go to this side, click on it, click on edit sweep, click on edit profile here. Rotate this to this point here. Select all this profile, delete it, pick line, pick this edge, then just create an element. So now it's looking much robust like this. I like it better. So now I think we'll now be entering the stage where we're now going to design the roof. Alright, so what we're going to do now is we're going to adjust these dwarf walls at this edge to match these walls at this extreme back. So we're going to go to the first floor and we're just going to select this dwarf wall and select this dwarf wall. Then I'm just going to click on move and just move it and move it to this point here. Okay, then I'm going to do the same for this and I'm just going to click on move and move this point to this point here. All right, so now this is done. We're going to go back to 3D and you can see how it's matching here. So we're also going to do some things. We're going to create some ceiling to roof level walls here. So these are going to represent the beams that is going to be over these balconies. Mind you, we're still going to use dwarf walls and fill up these balconies, but for now let's just do that of the ceiling. So I'm going to rotate this to top view and I'm going to go to architecture wall. Then I'm going to set the top constraint first at roof level, change this top offset to 0, then change this base offset to ceiling level and change this base constraint to ceiling level and the base offset to 0. So after doing this, I'm going to just set this wall, click on this location line and change it to wall center line. Then I'm going to draw a wall from here to here and from here to here. So if you rotate this back to this kind of view, you're going to see it's going to appear something like this. So it's giving us enough clearance for our roof. So now we are going to draw a parapet wall, kind of just secluding the roof because the roof is going to go higher than this level. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to rotate this way and I'm going to go to roof level. So once I go to this roof level, I'm going to go, since I'm not seeing anything, and the reason why I'm not seeing anything is if you go back to 3D, none of these things we have created. So the reason why we're not seeing anything on the roof plan or the roof level is because of none of the things we created are above the roof level. So if you rotate this way now, you're going to see all the levels appearing here. So you can see this roof level, nothing rises above the roof level. That is why we're not basically seeing anything in this our 3D view. Okay, so I just noticed an error, by the way. I'll still resolve it later. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go back to this roof level now because we want to draft from there. So I'm going to click on, hover around and look for underlay and click on this drop down icon here, this none under underlay, and I'm going to set it at ceiling level. So once I set it at ceiling level, I'm going to see some of the walls from the ceiling level up to some extent. So I'm going to have a good idea of where the parapet wall is going to run. So I'm going to go to walls again and I'm going to be selecting this our normal 2254. Then I'm going to set the constraint roof level to parapet and I'm going to start drafting from here to this point here, up to this point here, up to this point here. Okay, then I'm going to click on escape. So if you go back to 3D view now, you're going to see something like this. Okay, so it's pretty much direct. Okay, so we're going to start creating roofs in Revit. So generically or basically, if you want to create roof in Revit, you have to use the roof tool. So you have to go to architecture, then you are going to go under this architecture, you are going to see roof. Okay, so if you click on roof, it's going to, okay, so if you, let me close this first. So if you click on this drop down, you're going to see different kind of roofing tools: roof by footprint, roof by extrusion, roof by face. The most commonly used one is roof by footprint, which is basically sketching the profile of a roof. Okay, so if you click on roof by footprint, since we're in a 3D view, to have to ask asks us which level do we want to sketch the roof for. So I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to set it at roof level and click OK. So now I just want to create a sample roof, you get. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on this box tool here, and I'm going to use this box tool to draw, let's say, a profile from here, just a random profile from here to here. Okay, so if you click on finish, you are going to see something like this will appear, you get. So this is just like a basic roof. This roof is a hip roof. So this is basically how to create a simple roof in Revit. So what is making this roof look like this, and if you want to manipulate the appearance of this roof, it depends on how you manage the particulars of this roof or manage some parameters in this roof. So for instance, if you click on this roof now and you click on edit footprint, if you look at each of these lines in this footprint, you are going to see something like a triangle there. Okay, so this triangle indicates the slope. So if you want to manipulate the roof, you have to control the way, turn on and turn off specific triangles. For instance, if I want to create a gable roof at these two sides, these two longer sides, I'm going to select these two lines, hold Ctrl, select the second line, then go over to this icon here called define slopes and uncheck it. Then I'm going to click on finish. So you can see I've created a gable. If I want to create a mono pitch roof, I'm going to click on edit footprint. I'm also going to click on this line here, this profile, and click on uncheck this define slopes here, and I'm going to click on finish. So you can see. So another thing you can also do while creating roof is you can see that this roof is too high. So what you can do now to make it lower is to control the slopes. So if you select this roof now and you want to make it lower, we are going to change the slope angle from 36 degrees to, let's say, 10 degrees. And you can see it's compact. So if you want this wall, you can see that these walls are shooting out of the roof, which is not looking nice. So if you want to resolve that, you can select these three walls and click on this attached to top base. Then once you click on attach to top base, you will just select the roof and it will attach to it perfectly. So this, what I just showed you now, is the basic 101 of roofing in Revit. So I'm going to click on this roof and delete it, because this roof is not what you want to do. I want to do something much more interesting. But before I go further to that, I just want to quickly try and resolve this issue. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm going to click on this edit sweep and I'm going to edit this sweep, edit profile, and let me just fix it up. Okay, I noticed where the error is coming from, so I'm going to click finish first. So I'm going to click on it and edit it manually. Then I'm just going to set it back by selecting these two lines, clicking on move it from this point to this point, so it's still going to make sense. Okay, so I think we have resolved the issue. No, pretty much very easy. So I like what I did here, this lantern stuff, so I want to do it here. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to click on this roof, this wall, click on edit type, raise this. Okay, I think the height difference between this one to this one is 600. So I'm just going to raise this by 600, go by another, I think this from here to here is 1.125. So I'm going to do the same. Then I'm going to now slope it at 45 degrees and just trim this, then click finish. So I'm going to click on this wall at this side. If you rotate it, you are going to see it here. Then I'm going to increase this top height to 900. So it's going to make sense more. Okay, so now this is out of the way. Let's go back to the roofing. So what we're going to do now is, so I'm going to use model in place interface to create a roof. All right, so now we are going to start creating the main roof after we have set everything in place. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to roof level. Okay, so once we go to roof level, we're going to go to architecture. We're going to click on component, model in place. Then we're going to scroll down and look for roof. So once we found roofs, we're going to click on it and click OK. Then we're going to click OK again. So for this roof, we're going to start by creating the roof and the ceiling board together. Then we're going to do another model in place for the band or the facial board that is going to guard the roof, because I have an interesting roof in mind. Okay, so I'm going to go to sweep and I'm going to go to sketch part. Then I'm going to draw a line like this from this point here up to 25 millimeter. Then I'm going to click on escape, go to this end, draw another line like this up to 25 millimeter. Then I'm going to now continue this line and join these two here. Then I'm going to click on this small line at this first end, delete it, So there is 25 millimeter space there. Click on this second one and delete it. So after doing this now, we are going to click on finish and we're going to click on edit profile and we're going to select open 3D view. So after opening the 3D view, we are going to rotate this to this side view. Then we are going to start sketching the profile of how we want this roof to look like. So I'm going to start by drawing a line from here up to this point. Then I'm also going to draw a line from here up to this point too. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I want to do something in a way that this roof is kind of barrel, but the barrel is more biased towards this side. I don't know if you get what I mean. So I'm going to click on this and draw another line here up to 900 millimeter. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to draw a line from here to this place, centralizing it. Then I'm going to draw a line from here up to 1.2 meters. So now I'm going to click on this arc line too, and I'm going to draw an arc line from this point to this point, and I'm going to arc it just till I jam this line here. I'm just going to arc it this way. Okay, I think it can be more pronounced, so I'm going to delete this. I'm going to increase this height here and drag this line to 1.5. Then I'm just going to click on this arc and arc it till I get this curve here like this. Then I'm going to delete all these lines here. So the lines I'm working with are just these ones like this. So I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 750 here and 750 here. Then once I offset 750 on these two sides, I'm going to drag this 750 to this end here. So it's going to flush in with this element, making it kind of unified. Then what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 25 millimeter on each side. 25 millimeter here, 25 here, 25 here, 25 here. So I'm going to click on this line work and I'm going to draw a line here up to this point and another line here, closing this loop. So I'm going to click on split and split this one here. Then I'm going to click on trim and just trim it together. So after doing this, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change this material to roof. I'm going to look for roof. Just click on roof. Then I'm going to see a material, this roof white. I'm going to say, click on this white roof paint. If you have transferred the template, this material will come with it. So I'm now going to click OK. Then click finish. So after doing this now, you can see it will appear as something like this. Then we are not yet done with this. We are going to now do some void forms. So we are going to go to this roof level and I'm now going to click on create. Remember, we have not clicked finish model. I'm now going to click void forms, void extrusion. Okay, so what I'm now going to do is now I've clicked on this void extrusion. I'm going to click on pick line tool and I'm going to pick the edge of this line here and pick this curve here. Or what I can do is I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to delete this line, curved line here. Then I'm going to draw another line from this point up to this point. Then basically draw another line here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 1.5 meter. Then I'm going to offset it from this point here. So I'm going to click on this arc line tool and I'm going to draw a line from this point up to here, then curve it like this. Then I'm going to do the same here, then curve it like this. So I'm going to click on split and I'm going to split this element here. I'm going to delete this line here because it was just a reference line, and I'm going to click on trim and just trim these lines together. So after doing this now, we're going to set this void extrusion to be 6000. So we're going to make sure it cuts through the roof. Then I'm going to click on finish. So if I go to 3D view now, we are going to see something like this. So apparently this cut is not enough. You can see that the thing didn't really cut this part properly. So what we're going to do now is we're going to just rotate this. We're going to click on this void extrusion. We're going to click on edit extrusion. Then we're just going to click on offset and offset this extrusion by uncheck this copy and just offset this side by Ctrl Z. We're going to delete this line here. We're going to delete everything here. extend this line to this point. Then we are going to draw a line from here, from this edge here, up to this diagonal here. And just do the same thing we created before. Then we are going to click on trim and just trim it. If it doesn't work, let's do it again. So I'm going to extend this curve here to, let's say, 2.150. I'm going to click on this line, delete it. Then I'm going to click on this line, click on mirror, draw a line, pick this point and draw a 45 degrees line, and it's going to form something like this. Then click on this arc tool and just form a perfect arc here. So this is the shape I'm aiming to form. So after doing this, I'm going to select this, click on escape, select this whole profile, click on mirror, and maybe go to roof level and just find the center point of this project. Click on mirror, find the center point here and mirror it to this side, then click finish. Then if you go to 3D view, we're now going to see what it has formed. So I think it cuts this perfectly, or almost perfectly. So after doing this, now we can now go and do some other things. So now we are going to also create another sweep. So this sweep is going to be for the roofing sheet. So for this roofing sheet, we are going to click on create, sweep, and we are going to be using pick path. So we are going to pick this corner here, this edge here, and we're simply going to rotate this to this point here. Then we are going to click finish and click edit profile. So we're just going to click on pick line tool, and we're going to just pick this curve here. Then we're going to click on offset, and we're going to be offsetting, let's say, 10 millimeter. Select copy and offset 10 millimeter just to get the roofing sheet. So we're just going to do this and close in this loop here, and do the same here and close in this loop. So we're going to click on this drop down, and we're going to look for type for roof, and then we're going to say this roofing sheet here, and we're going to click apply, okay, finish. So after creating this roofing sheet, we are going to just rotate this. So it's going to be appearing kind of weird like this, but it's just because of the extrusion is thin. So if you zoom in, you are going to see it's just a graphical error. Okay, so we are just going to set it. Click on this void extrusion, click on cut geometry, select the void extrusion and select this roof. Okay, so if it's still having that issue it initially had, we are going to click on this void here. We are going to click on edit extrusion. Then we are going to rotate this to this top view here, and we're just going to try and see if you can adjust this manually. Or if you can't adjust, we are going to delete this whole side. We are going to go to this side here, and we're just going to click on this arc, delete it, then extend this to this point here. Then click on this fillet arc tool here and click finish. I'll click edit extrusion. Select this profile, go to roof level, click on mirror and mirror this to this side. Okay, so this is more of just graphic stuff. So we can click on this roofing sheet, click on this material and click on graphics and make sure we are using the render appearance and click OK. Okay, so you can see that this has now formed something like a kind of vacuum here. So what we are now required to do is we are now going to use sweep to kind of cover up these failings here. Okay, so what we are going to be doing now is we are now going to click on finish in this. So we are now going to go to architecture, click on component, model in place. Then we can use maybe even casework for this one first. So we are going to go to create, we are going to go to roof level. Then we are going to click on sweep, we are going to click on sketch path. Then I'm now going to draw a line from here, this edge, up to this end here. So after drawing a line like that, I'm going to now click finish. And I'm now going to sketch a profile. So I'm going to go back to this 3D view now, and I'm going to rotate this to this side view. Then I'm just going to click on sketch profile and click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to be picking this exact same part here. Pick here. And pick here. Then I'm going to draw this here up to this point here. I'm going to pick this line here, pick this line here. Then I'm going to join everything here. Click on escape and join this here. So the only difference now is I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to offset 25 millimeter uncheck copy and offset it from this place here. So it's going to be 25mm offset from there. So then I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm going to click on finish again. So I'm going to click on this and it's going to still, and I'm going to set this as white roof paint and click OK. So it's going to match what we used before. Then I'm going to rotate this now, and I'm now going to go to roof level and create another void. So I'm going to go to roof level. I'm going to click on create, and I'm going to click on void extrusion, void forms, void extrusion. Then I'm now going to click on set work plane, set the work plane, and the work plane is already at roof level, which I want. Then I'm going to click OK. So I'm going to go to 3D view. I'm going to rotate this to the top. Then I'm going to simply click on pick line tools, and I'm going to pick here first. Pick here again. Pick here again. Pick here too. And pick here too. And also pick here too. I'm going to pick here as well. So the first thing we're going to do now is we need to really understand this geometry. So what I'm going to do first is to click on offset and offset this curve by 25mm. Okay, then I'm going to offset this curve by 25mm here. Then I'm going to click on escape, and I'm going to delete these inner lines here. I'm going to delete this one here too. I'm going to delete all these inner lines here. After deleting these inner lines, I'm now going to click on split and split here. So you can see that there is a 25mm band gap between this void form and this roofing sheet. So you can see this roofing sheet 25mm. So I'm going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this here and trim this here. Then I'm also going to go to this side and trim this here and also trim this here. So now after doing this, I'm now going to click another void extrusion. So I'm going to click on pick line too. I'm going to pick here, pick here, pick here too, pick here as well, pick this inner one too. So I'm now going to go here. I'm going to draw a line here from this point here to meet this point here. Then I'm going to leave the void at 6000 and click on finish. Then you're going to see it's going to form a perfect band that fits in this our extrusion very well. Okay, there's actually an issue here. So you can see that if you look at this now, there's actually something funny going on here. Okay, so and is this void extrusion causing it? So we're going to click on this now, and we're going to click on edit extrusion. And I'm now going to try and see whether I can sort this void form and make sure it doesn't cut through this part. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go and draw a line from here, from this point to this point here, and I'm going to draw a line up to 225. Enter, and extend it up to this point here and just join it here. Then I'm going to click on trim here and trim this here. Then I'm going to just delete this line here. So I'm going to click on finish. So let's see what this yields. Okay, so it's actually yielding something nice, but it's still having a bit of conflict at these two ends. So let's just click on this void again, click on edit extrusion, rotate this to this top view, and just extend this line here up to this point here. And do the same here. And delete this line here. Okay, let's click on show to show what is the issue. Okay, so I'll just click on continue, and I'm going to delete this line here and click on finish. So let's just see how it's looking. So at this point, I think this might just be the best we can do for now. I'm just going to click on finish, and I'm going to save this project. So now we have reached this point, even though this wasn't really planned for this error here, but I think we have made some progress. So I'm going to click on this and change it back to shaded. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select this wall here. I'm also going to hold Control and select this wall too. I'm going to rotate it, and select this wall too. And I'm just going to click on attach top base and attach it to this roof. So it's going to show first resolve. So I'm going to click on join elements and it's just going to attach. Okay. So if I go back to this roof level, I'm going to just try and manually drawing these walls here and do the same here. Then if I rotate it, I think it's looking, I can click on this wall, edit profile. If it's not attaching, pick this line here, then just simply click on this and trim this here. Trim this here as well. Click on escape, delete this line here and click on finish. So I'm just going to also do the same here. Click on this one and just drag it up to this point here. Then I'm going to click on this, rotate this to this left side view, edit profile, pick here and just pick this edge here. And then I'm just going to trim this here. So I'm going to trim this line in between and click on finish. So this, I'm just going to click on attach to top base and try one more time to see if it will just work. But if it doesn't work, I'm just going to drag it up. So we have something like this, and I think this is looking good if you ask me. So now we will now go back to the basics now. So we are going to start drafting out the slabs. We have drafted out the slabs, but we need to actually bring out these slabs for these balconies, okay? Because we want to start doing some serious business and we're going to start segmenting the usable parts of these balconies. So firstly, we're going to start from this first floor, particularly this part. So if you go to first floor now, we're now going to see that we have some discontinuity here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to adjust this design and we're going to adjust the whatever openings we have to match what we want to do. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to click on this wall here and I'm going to drag this wall back to, let's say, 1.8 meter and delete all the elements. So what I'm now going to do after dragging it back, I'm going to click on architecture wall. Then I'm now going to set a wall from first floor, set the base constraint to -450. Then I'm going to set the top constraint to first floor as well. So after doing that, I'm now going to draw and put the top offset at 300 millimeter. Then I'm going to draft the wall from here. I'm going to click on this location line and change it to finish face exterior. Then draft the wall from here to this point. So if I rotate this now, I'm going to see that the thing actually joined well. So I think this is a good placement of this wall. Okay, so this wall is now, if you go to first floor, this wall is now going to determine where our balcony is going to end. Okay, so now we are going to click on this line and delete it. So I'm just going to click on this wall here, click on copy, select this cutting one and paste it here. Then I'm now going to click on this second one and extend it to this point here, or rather extend it here. So now I want to do some basic graphics for this floor plan. So we are going to know which ones are the walls going up and the walls, the dwarf walls and all. So I'm going to click on, okay, so I think we have already done it. Yeah, so we have done it in the second floor. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to this view. I'm going to go to, okay, before I create view template, I'm going to click on GD, which is graphics display. I'm going to click on this smooth line with anti-aliasing. I'm going to go to shadows, show shadows, cast shadows, both of them. I'm going to check it on. So I'm going to go to lighting, increase the sun to 100, increase the ambient light to about 40, then reduce the shadows to 5. Click on apply and click on OK. Then I'm going to go to this view template. I'm going to go to click on this drop down and click on create view template, and I'm just going to call this floor plan, and I'm going to click OK. So now I've created this template. I'm now going to go back to DPC. Then I'm just going to, or first floor where I want to work as it may be, I'm going to click on view template, apply template, and I'm just going to click on floor plan and click on OK. So we are now going to see the dwarf walls and the tall walls, so it's not going to be graphically confusing. So I can click on this line that I'm not using to do anything and just simply delete them. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this floor here that I've created before. I'm going to click on edit boundary. Then I'm just going to adjust the boundary of this floor. So I'm first going to draft a line from here, extending this to this point. Or I can just click on pick line too. I can pick here and pick here. Pick here too. Also pick here as well. Pick here, pick here, pick here, and pick here. Then I'm just going to click on trim and trim this here as well. Trim this to this and trim this to this, so it's going to form like a comprehensive box. Then extend this here, so do the same here. Trim this here, trim this here, trim this here, trim this here, then create an opening here. Okay, so the same thing here. Trim this and this together, and or trim this, drag this line here, click on trim, trim this to this point, trim this to this point, then trim this here. So we can just basically do something similar here. Okay, so this is basically what I want to do. Just around this duct to be a void, then I'm just going to trim this here and click on finish. Don't attach. So if you go to this 3D view, you are going to see we have already encompassed here with a balcony. You get? So on this first floor now, we can see this balcony now. So we are going to now draft out our railings. So if you have transferred the template of this file, you are going to see a railing I used to call minimalist railing. So we are going to go to architecture and we're going to go to railings here, and we're going to click on this drop down and select this minimalist railing. So we're going to set this base offset to be 300 millimeter. Then I'm just going to click on pick line tool, pick this line here, pick the middle of this wall, pick the middle of this wall. Then I'm going to click on escape, click on this line and stop it somewhere here, just in the middle of this wall. Then I'm going to click on finish. So if you go to 3D view, we are going to see something like this. So this is even weird in of itself. So I'm going to click on this edit part, then I'm going to click on this line and just try and reduce it a bit, since this facade is kind of tricky a bit. So I'm going to extend the part just maybe somewhere here. Okay, so I think this one just flushed in perfectly here. So we're now going to do another railing here, and this railing is going to go from this point up to this side. So I'm going to go to first floor now, and I'm going to go to railing again. Then I'm going to click on pick lines, and I'm going to pick here, and pick in the middle of this wall. Then I'm going to now click finish. So if you go to 3D view, you are going to be seeing something like this. So apparently we kind of miscalculated on this height of this walls we are using for this design. So we are going to adjust it. So I'm going to click on edit profile. I'm going to click on this and I'm going to offset it by 300 and click finish. Okay, then I'm going to click on this adjacent wall and increase the height to 1.2. So it's going to be something like this. So now we are done with this. We can now go to this first floor, second floor. So we are going to go to second floor now, and we are going to do the whole floor shenanigan. The only difference in this second floor is that we are going to put a dwarf wall here, because here cannot be a balcony. Here is just for ventilation. So what we are now going to do is we are just going to go to architecture, click on wall, and we're just going to set the parameters, right? So the base constraint will be second floor, and the top constraint will also be second floor. Then the top offset will still be this 300. So everything will be 750 like a usual dwarf wall. So I'm going to draw a wall line from here, creating a wall here, blocking off this place so people cannot get to here. So if you rotate this like this, you are now going to see something of this nature. Let me rotate this here so you can see what is happening here. So as usual, since this railing is higher, we are going to click on this and make this top offset 1.2. Then we're going to click on this, click on edit extrusion, click on offset and just offset this by 300 just to match this, and click escape. So now after doing this, we're also going to go to this side here where we have this slanted balcony here, and we're going to try and get a safe distance where this ended. So I'm going to click on edit profile and I'm going to rotate this here. So looking at this, I know that if I draw a line from here, I know that this curve starts a bit after this second cutting grid here, cutting this second munion here. So I'm going to click escape and click on finish, having that in mind. So I'm now going to go to this second floor now, and I'm going to go to this point. So I know that for this thing to work, I'll have to have a dwarf wall somewhere here. So I'm going to select this dwarf wall here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy from this point up to this point here. So it means now automatically this design is going to change. So I'm going to click on this cutting wall and drag it up to this point. Delete element. Okay, so this is 2 meters. Then I'm now going to leave it like this. So now after doing this now, I can now start creating my railings. So I'm going to go to railing now. I'm going to make sure it's 300 millimeters above each floor. Then I'm just going to simply draw a line from here to this point. Click on this and draw this line up to this point here and click on finish. So if you go to 3D view now, you are going to see something like this, which I think is nice. So now the next thing I'm going to now do is I'm now going to go to this second floor here, and I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to railing again. Then I'm going to draw a rail from here, draw it up to this point here. Click on pick line tools, pick the middle of this line here, pick the middle of this line here, and just kind of click on this and drag this back to this point where this curve stops. So I think I'm going to now click finish here. So if I go to 3D view now, I'm just going to rotate this to this side and I'm going to see how it's looking. So far it's not looking too bad actually. So I just think it fits in well. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to go to this rear side, go back to this first floor. Remember that we forgot to put the dwarf wall here and the railing here. So I'm going to go to wall again, and I'm just going to be setting the top constraint as this first floor. So first floor to first floor, base offset minus 450, top constraint 300. Then I'm going to draw a dwarf wall here. Draw another dwarf wall here as well. Select this dwarf wall. Select the second dwarf wall. Then I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, second floor, and click on OK. Then I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on railing, and I'm going to draw a simple railing here. Click finish, click mirror it to this other wing. Select these two railings, copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, second floor, OK. So let's look at this from 3D and rotate this to this rear view. So I think so far this is looking nice. Although we have not created these entrance steps, we are still going to do that when we go back to the ground floor. But for now, we are still handling a lot on this facade. So in order to make things quicker, I'm just going to go to this second floor. I'm going to select this slab here and delete it. Then I'm going to go to this first floor, select this slab there. After selecting this slab, I'm going to click on copy. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected views, and I'm going to set it at second floor. Click OK. So I'm going to go to this second floor, and I'm just going to edit this slab here and just adjust a few things. Like here. Just drag this to this point here. And I think, yeah, click on finish and don't attach. So I'm going to delete this line here and delete this distracting line here. So now we're going to go to annotate now and quickly do something. So I'm now going to, once I go to annotate, I'm now going to look for stair path. So once I click on this stair path, I'm going to click on this staircase. So it's going to show the stair path. So we are going down these stairs from here. So it means at this highest floor, we will need to create a railing here. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to railings, and I'm going to change this from minimalist to 900 mm railing. Change this base offset to 0. Then I'm just going to put another offset here at 50 millimeter. Then I'm going to draw a line from here. Or I'm going to draw from this point here to this point here. Then I'm going to trim this. So after doing this, I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror this to this opposite side. So currently, I think we have made a lot of progress in this work, and I think we have done a wonderful job so far. So another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this slab here, and I'm going to click on edit boundary. So after editing this boundary, what I'm going to now do is I'm just going to remove things like this point here. So I'm going to trim from here to here. Then I'm going to also trim from here to this point and trim this to this point. Then delete these two lines. Then I'm going to drag this line and adjust it to this point here. Then I'm also going to click on this and drag this line up to this line here where this curve starts from. Then I'm going to select these two lines, delete it, click on pick line to pick here and pick here. Then I'm going to click on trim and just trim this here and trim this here. So I think we'll click on finish, don't attach, and we've done a good work too. So we're just going to leave here this way. So looking at this now, I think we are making some progress. So now what we're going to do now is we're going to be using this will I call this inconsistencies to actually try and create a design pattern, a unique design pattern. So let me first delete this and see whether I can use this as an opportunity to create a nice design pattern. While I'm going floor by floor, I'm now going to be resolving all the issues plan by plan. So it's going to, once we are done with the ground floor, we'll know we are done with most parts. So we are going to go straight to the DPC, and we're not going to waste any more time. So what I'm first going to do is I'm going to apply the floor plan template, view template, so it's going to look good graphically. So I'm going to click on views, and once I click on views, I'm going to click on view template, click on apply, then just select this floor plan and click OK. So what I'm going to do now is I want to see the overlay, or I want to see the first floor. So I'm going to be able to mark out the cantilever lines. Okay, so I'm going to depict it with overhead lines. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to change this, select under this underlay here. I'm going to go to underlay, click on this drop down and select first floor. So it's going to view the first floor. So now I know the first floor is up to this extent. I'm now going to start working on this. Okay, so what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go to click on TL first to turn this to 10 lines. Then I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. Then I'm just going to first delete these two lines here because I don't need it to be here. So after deleting these two lines, I'm going to go to detail line, and I'm going to draw a line from here up to this point. Then I'm going to do the same for this side too. Or rather, I can do one side then mirror everything afterwards. So I'm going to draw a line here up to this point and another line here. So what I'm going to now do now is I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. Then I'm going to just draw some walls. So since I just noticed that this ground floor, for me to create these dwarf walls I want to create here, I'll need to go to the natural ground level. So I'm going to go to 01 NGL. Then I'm just going to repeat the same thing I did. Click on this underlay and change it to first floor. So we're going to see the first floor outlines. So I'm going to go to annotate. Let me just confirm something. Okay, let me go back to NGL. So I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to draw a line from this point up here and draw another line from this point here. Also, I'm going to draw a line from here up to this point. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to architecture, click on wall. Then I'm going to set this wall base constraint at NGL, the base offset at 0, then the top constraint at DPC, then the top offset at 300. Then I'm just going to set this wall at finish face exterior. Then I'm going to draft a wall from this point here to match this wall here. Okay, so where I'm going to place grids in this design, you are going to see that almost all the walls are going to be aligned based on my own design process. But it's always nice if you put grid lines in the earlier stage of the project, especially when the ground floor and the first floor are different. So by virtue of those grids, it's going to help you design the first subsequent floors properly. Okay, so I'm just going to click on wall here, this pick line tools, and I'm going to be trying and picking this edge here just to get it to match what is on the above floor. So now I'm going to do some trimming, and I'm just going to trim this wall here and trim this wall here, also trim this wall here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to hover around one of these walls here, click on tab, select these 4 or 5 walls, then hold Ctrl to select this last one, then simply click on mirror and mirror it to this other wing. So after doing this now, we're now going to create some railings for this, okay? And we're also going to try and place some doors, because this balcony, they have to be accessed, and they will be accessed by a door. So that door, we are going to be placing the door in the curtain wall panel. So I'm going to show you how to place doors in curtain walls. So it's just the way we created windows in those curtain walls, we are going to place doors. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to railing. Then I'm going to be using this, click on this drop down, use this our minimalist railing. Then, okay, let me go to DPC. I think it's DPC we're meant to place the railing. Okay, let's close this first. We are going to quit this first. So now we have created this. I think what we can now do now is we can now go to this underlay, click on this drop down and change it to none and turn it off first. So we're not going to be seeing things that will be confusing our eyes. Okay, so I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on railing. Then I'm just going to put the base offset to 300 millimeter. Then I'm just going to pick this railing here and just pick this middle of this line. Then I'm going to click finish. Okay, so they say it must be a single loop, so it's not a single loop. So I'm just going to need to click on escape, then trim these 2 lines that are not continuous and click finish. So after doing this, I'm simply going to click on mirror and I'm going to mirror it, the railing, to this side. So what I can do now is to select this floor here. I'm now going to click on edit boundary. Then I'm just going to edit the floor to include these balconies here. Okay, so after doing this, what we're going to do now is we're going to adjust this floor profile to just make sense. So I'm going to click on trim here and I'm going to trim these lines here. Then I'm going to trim this line to close this loop, so it's going to form like a box around this duct. Okay, so this is a duct where the plumbing fixtures will go through, or the plumbing pipe, so it's important. So I'm going to trim this here and trim this here as well. So what I can do now is just to make some minor adjustments. So you just follow me on the screen as I'm doing it. Drag this one here and this one here. Then I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so there's actually a small issue. So I'm just going to try and see if I can resolve it by clicking on continue. So I'm just going to trim this here. So I'm going to click on finish and click on don't attach. So now we have done this. What we're now going to do now is we're going to click on these 2 curtain walls here and we're going to change this base offset to 0. The reason why we're changing this base offset is because we want to place a curtain wall embedded door here. Okay, so people from this living room can access this balcony. So if you go back to 3D view, okay, we mistakenly selected this ugly railing, so I'm going to change it to minimalist railing. Okay, so if you go back to the 3D view, you can already see this element here. So what we can just do is to click on tag, and once we select these grid lines, we can click on tab till we select this grid, cutting grid here, and we can just change this value back to 600. So it's going to match the lintel level of the building. So we're going to do the same for this. Okay, so now this is out of the way. We're now going to place some curtain wall embedded doors. So before we do this, we'll need to click on File Explorer and we will need to open the template file. So just open it if you are with the template file, which I think you should be with at this point. It's very easy to access in the description below. So what we're now going to do is we're just going to go to 3D view of this template file. Then we're going to look for this curtain wall in front here. So I'm just going to select this curtain wall itself with this curtain wall embedded door that is here. Click on copy to clipboard. Go back to the 3D of this our main apartment building and hit Ctrl V to paste it anywhere randomly. Then once we have pasted it, we can click on the curtain wall itself and delete it. Okay, so remember what I told you about it saving to the inventory. So we are just going to tab around this last curtain panel here of this door, hold Ctrl, select it. Then we're also going to select that of this one here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and change it to this single glass door. So if you go back to DPC now, you're going to see the single glass door. We can click on it, click on this zigzag to change the direction. So you're going to see it makes sense this way. So now after doing this now, what we're now going to do is we're now going to be placing the main entrance door at the center point of this place. Okay, so I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on door, click on this drop down, and I'm going to be setting this I'm going to be looking for a double swing door. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to scroll down and see if I can get a good double swing. So I'm going to be using this D3 here, and I'm going to place this at the center of this. So now the next question is we need to have an entrance here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this floor as I've done now, click on edit boundary, drag this to this point here. Then after dragging this, click on offset and offset this by 600 millimeter first. Uncheck this copy and offset it here. Then click on finish and click on don't attach. So now after doing this, you can see that we have some landing here. So now after the landing, we need to create some entrance steps, which we're also going to place at the back of this space here. Okay, at these two terraces here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to architecture. We're going to go to NGL first. Then we're going to go to architecture. We're going to go to stair. We're going to click on this drop down and click on edit type, and we're going to click on duplicate and call this steps 00 steps. So after giving it this name, I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm now going to click on this run type, click on these three dots beside the run type, click on duplicate and call this 00 steps. Then I'm going to click on OK. I'm first going to change this underside surface to stepped and change this structural depth to 450. Then I'm just going to click OK. OK now. So after doing this now, what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to click on this. Make sure these parameters are set to a desired number of risers, 3, actual riser 150, which is correct, and change this thread depth to 300. Then I'm just going to click on this create sketch, and I'm going to start from the boundary line. I'm going to draw from this side here up to 900, let's say 600, and do the same here. Then I'm going to click on riser, draw one riser here, click on offset and offset the riser by 300 millimeter. Check copy and just do it. So it's showing 3 risers created, 0 remaining, which is good. So I'm going to click on stair path, draw a line from the middle through this stair and click on finish. So now the staircase showing is going in this direction, so I'm going to click on it and I'm just going to flip the staircase. Okay, so after flipping this now, I'm just going to select this staircase steps, click on copy it to this side here, click on this. Now is this way. Okay, so click on rotate this by 180 degrees. Then click on adjust move and just move this from here to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on this, click on edit sketch and just extend these steps by this and drag this to the middle. Then I'm going to click on finish, then select these steps here, click on mirror, select the center of this one, mirror it to this other wing and click on finish. Okay, so now if you go back to DPC, you can see the steps have created. What we can just do is to delete the railings by the side. So I don't think it's necessary since it's just 2 steps. And after you have done all these things on the plan, if you go to the 3D view, you are going to see exactly what you did coming out in real time. So let's go back to this NGL, or rather DPC. So now the next thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be creating the ducts, the grill panels. So these walls are locked. The reason why I created this duct is because it will not be nice if you design a beautiful house and you now put pipings on top of the walls of the house. It will just spoil the whole purpose of making it beautiful. So what I usually use to conceal all these pipes and plumbing fixtures are ducts located strategically, as you saw in the design. So all the pipes, especially from the other apartments above, will pass through this duct. So I've already created a duct panel that was from the template file. So to get it from the template file, what you simply do is to go to this template file, access it again. Then we're going to look for where the duct is. I think I created the duct somewhere here. Yeah. So we're going to select this cotton grail duct and we're going to click on copy to clipboard. Then come back to our main project and hit Ctrl V. Just rotate it, hit Ctrl V anywhere, place it around maybe in front of the building. Then quickly, after you have placed it, click on it and delete it. So we are now going to go back to DPC. Now once we go back to DPC, we are now going to create the grails. So I'm going to go to annotate first, go to detail line. I'm going to draw a line from here up to here, a line from here up to this side, a line from here to this other side, and just to create line work so we can just get the duct accurately. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on walls. I'm going to click on drop down, and I'm now going to scroll down and select these grill panels. So I'm going to set the parameters of these grill panels to be like the other cutting walls. So it's going to start from DPC up to the first floor, but the top offset will be minus 450. So it's going to be beneath the slab beam. So I'm just going to do that here, and I'm going to also do that for this wing here. So after doing this here, I'm going to select these two grills and I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror it to this other wing here. So now what I'm now going to do is I'm going to select 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, and I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels, and I'm going to, the selected level is going to be first floor and second floor, and I'm going to click OK. So if you go to first floor now, we're going to see the same duct here. Okay, so we're just going to kind of fact check this thing. So we're going to be seeing this duct here. I think it makes sense on the first floor. Then let's just go to the second floor and confirm. So if you check it, at the second floor, I think it can stop at the ceiling level. So I'm just going to select the 4 of them at the second floor. Change this top offset to 0. And leave it to go to the ceiling level. I'm also going to do the same for these cutting walls here. All right, so I think we have done a nice job now. So now we are going to go back to this DPC because we are not actually done. So if you look at this 3D now, we are going to see, you can see how the duct came out well and it's looking very organized. We are going to do a kind of design element at this center point. So this design element is going to be like the star of this our facade. So it's going to be like 110 highlighting the center point. Okay, that is where we're also going to put some glazing stuff here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go back to this DPC and I'm going to go to architecture, and I'm going to click on component, model in place, and I'm going to set it at walls and click OK. So what I'm going to do, I'm now going to click on extrusion, and I'm going to draw a line from here. The extrusion is set at the DPC automatically as I'm in the DPC. I'm going to draw a line from here up to this point. Then I'm going to bring out the extrusion, draw another line 75mm from here, click enter, and do the same on the other side. So I'm going to draw a line from here up to 300, and I'm going to do a diagonal line here and draw another diagonal line to join this and click finish. Then I'm just going to click on this material and I'm going to assign a new material to this thing I want to create. So I'm going to right click, duplicate, and I'm just going to call this 00 dark marble tiles. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on appearance. I'm going to click on stone, and then stone, and I'm just going to click on black granite and click apply and click OK. So it doesn't mean this will be the material, but this is just what I want to use to illustrate a dark stony material. So I'm going to click on finish and I'm going to go to 3D. Then I'm going to click on this and just drag this up to this point. So now this is up to this point. I'm now going to create some openings from the front. So I'm now going to go to create, and I'm going to be using void forms, and I'm going to be using void extrusion. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on set, I'm going to click on pick work plane, and I'm going to be picking this flat wall on this surface. So I'm going to start from here. I'm going to draw a line from here up to this, up to let's say 450mm here. Then I'm going to draw the line up to this lintel level here and draw another line up to 600 millimeter here. Then go down by 300. Then draw a diagonal line till it aligns with this line here. Or I'm just going to draw a line here first from here randomly. Then draw a diagonal line at 45 degrees to just match this. So I'm just going to click on trim and I'm going to trim this. So instead of just leaving this top flat, I can also just do the same by drawing another diagonal line here to just match this. Then delete these lines building up to it. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to select this. I'm going to click on mirror, find this center point and mirror it to this side. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to select this whole profile of this whole profile here. Then okay, I think this might actually be nice, but I'm going to select this whole profile here. Then I'm going to click on mirror, uncheck copy, select the center point here and mirror it to this side this way. So now I'm going to select this here and I'm going to click on move and move it back to this level, or rather I can even click on move and make it let's say 900 mm lower. Then I'm just going to select this one, move it, click on move and move it to up to this second lintel. So it's going to be something like this. Okay, then after doing these two here like this, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to now try to just get the shape of that door that is at the center. So I'm going to pick a line in the middle, draw a line 750 to one side, click enter and do the same to the other side. So after doing this, I'm going to just close this loop here. Then I'm going to now set the extrusion at minus 500. So what this minus 500 is going to do is like going to cut through. If you look at this, it's going to go the opposite way in the void extrusion. So you can see how it's looking like this. So these openings now, you can see that this one, we can click on this, click on edit extrusion. Then we're just going to try and drag this here and drag this here and click on finish. Okay, so now what we can do to kind of assist this thing and make this thing much more pronounced is we can now select this void form, click on copy it out like this, then click on edit extrusion. Okay, so sorry, I mistakenly click finish. I'm going to click edit in place, select this void form we copied, click on edit extrusion. Then we're going to set the extrusion parameter. So instead of starting from 0 to minus 500, it's now going to start from minus 225 to minus 500. Okay, so what we're now going to do is, sorry, I made a mistake. I'm just going to go back to this 3D view. I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to select all this profile and delete it first. Then I'm going to click on this line work and I'm going to draw a line from here up to here, and I'm going to draw another line from here up to this part here. So I'm basically just trying to create an interesting combination of elements here up to this one here and this one here up to this one here. So basically you are still going to see what I have in mind. So I'm going to draw another line here up to here, and maybe this one will go up to here. Okay, so it's basically an opportunity just to create some nice patterns. So what we're now going to do now is I'm just going to try and connect it and just trim this together and trim this together. So this is the pattern I'm creating. So I'm just going to be clicking on offset and I'm going to offset this by 75 millimeter, offset here too. So please just watch as I'm doing it. So if you want to see it clear, I can click on TL, so you'll be seeing the thick lines. So I'm just going to offset here too, offset here, offset here, offset here, offset here. And maybe just offset here and offset here. So we're just going to try and trim this. Okay, so don't mind the whole thing. It doesn't need to be perfect. It's just me trying to be creative here. Okay, So me, I usually prefer thin line, so I'm going to click on TL again. Then I'm just going to continue trimming the rest of this. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on finish and we're going to see how it looks. Okay. So as you can see, it's looking something like this. So what I'm now going to do, I'm just going to click on this and change it to -150 because I don't think the -225 cut as deep as we wanted it to cut. So if we now rotate this to the front, okay, I think now the thing cuts deep well. So I'm just going to click on this and make this -100 millimeter. So I think it's going to give us the full pattern. Oh, sorry, -75. Okay, so I think this gives us the full pattern that we want. So we're now going to go to create. We're going to go to modify. We're going to click on this drop down and look for paint. Then we're just going to be looking for some ceramic material. So I'm just going to search for ceramic and I'm just going to use the Proclaim toilet. Okay, this is a toilet material. So I'm just going to use this Proclaim white and I'm going to paint inside this to just give it this white color, so the pattern will come out here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So you can see this kind of design we created in the front, how it's looking very nice and interesting. So now we're now going to be creating some curtain walls to kind of light up this staircase. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're simply going to go to this first floor. Then we're going to go to architecture and we're going to go to walls, click on this drop down and select curtain walls. Okay, then we're going to set the base offset from first floor up till lintel 3 and change this top offset to 0. So we're just going to drag from here up to this point just somewhat randomly. Then we're going to go to 3D view. We're going to now select this curtain wall, click on edit profile, select this whole profile lines and delete it. Then we're just going to pick the edge of this case, these openings we created in this model in place. So now we're just going to click on trim and trim this together here. Then I'm just going to click on finish, delete elements, and you're going to see that this curtain wall just fits into the character of this. Okay, so I remember saying I wanted to create some special curtain walls here. Apparently, I don't feel there will be any need for it again. Okay, so we can still do with some other interesting designs that will be needed in the project. Like I'm just looking for where I can do something interesting. Okay, so now what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to go back to this first floor now, and I'm going to try and see whether I'm just going to click on this curtain wall and I'm going to change it, do what I did on the ground floor. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change this to base offset to 0 because I'm going to add a curtain wall door here. I'm going to click on door and just place a simple D1 here. And just basically move this and adjust it here. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm just going to select this door here. I'm going to click on mirror and I'm just going to mirror it to the other side of the project. So after I've placed this door, okay, I'm going to click on it, click on mirror, make sure I check this copy and just mirror it to this other side of the project. Okay, so now after doing this, remember I said I'm going to click on this. I'm going to change this base offset to 0. Then I'm also going to, okay, before I change it to 0, I can click on this, click on copy, pick this point here and copy it to this end here. Then I'm going to click on this second curtain wall and reduce it up to 900 millimeter and click on delete element. Then I'm going to click on this and change this base offset to 0. Okay, so after doing this, we're going to go back to 3D and we're just going to work on these ones we adjusted. So firstly, let's go here. I'm going to click on tab till I select this cutting grid. I'm just going to adjust this back to 600. Then I'm going to go here as well. Click on tab, select this cutting grid here, and I'm going to adjust this back to 600. So I'm just going to go here, select this panel here, And I'm also going to go here and select maybe this panel here. Click on this drop down and change it to a single swing door. Click on escape, go to first floor, and we're just going to leave it this way. Click on this door here, change the direction of the swing. Okay, so we're also going to maybe do some line works to indicate this is where a wardrobe will be. So I'm going to go to annotate, detail line. I'm going to be using thin lines to just draw a line, then draw a diagonal line, indicating there is going to be a wardrobe here. So I just think this is a small compact apartment building. Okay, so now after doing this, we're now going to, I think we're done with the first floor. So we're going to go to this second floor and we're going to see what we can do here. So basically the second floor is no much different from the first. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're just going to select this curtain wall, click on copy and copy this to this point here. Then click on this and reduce this to, let's say, 1.2. Okay, then, or let's reduce it to 900. Okay, so after doing this now, we're now going to just select this and also select this here and change escape, select this cutting wall and select this cutting wall, change this base offset to 0. Okay, then go to this 3D view, go to this one, click on tab to select this cutting grid here. Then we're going to increase this cutting grid to 2.1 to match the lintel. Then we're also going to go here, click on tab, make this 2.1. So after doing this now, we're going to select this cutting grid, click on tab, select this panel here. Go over here, select, let's say, this panel here at this edge. Click on this drop down and you are going to select your single swing door. Okay, we're going to click on save to save this project, and so far I think the project has come out very nice, and I think I just like the color combination and it's looking simple and just basically cool in a nutshell. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to be doing some design elements at this approach, especially at this front, okay, because I want this thing to have some, maybe we like call this some iconic design stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to now go to architecture, I'm going to go to components, I'm going to click on model in place, I'm now going to click on caseworks, click on OK. Okay, so we're going to start with an extrusion. I'm going to click on extrusion, I'm going to click on set, pick work plane and set this work plane. So what we're going to be doing is kind of a principled design. Okay, so we're going to set a distance. Let's say we're going to draw a line from here up to 900 millimeter by 900 millimeter box here. Then I'm just going to draw a line crossing the square to find the central point. All right, so once we reach this stage now, we're going to click on this circumscribed polygon. Then once we click on it, we're going to pick this center point, this point here. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to make it match this point. Then I'm going to click on escape, even though it's going to show an error. I'm going to click on tab, select this box here and delete all these lines related to the box. Then I'm just going to select this polygon, click on this and move it downward by this point. Okay, so now after I've moved this downward here, I'm now going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 10 millimeter from, click on backspace, I'm going to be offsetting 10 millimeter from these four sides, these 5 sides. Then I'm going to click on this line and I'm just going to draw a line up to this point here. So after doing this now, what is going to happen is I'm going to click on escape and delete this here, delete this. Okay, so I'm just going to click on this. Okay, I'm going to just fill in this place, click on escape, click on tab, delete these 4 lines here. So now after doing this, I'm now going to set the parameters. The extrusion start to be 0, the extrusion end will now be, let's say, the extrusion end will, let's say, 20 millimeter. I'm going to click on this material and I'm going to create a new material. I'm going to right click on a material, duplicate and call this 00 cladding panels. Okay, so I don't think I covered extrusion very well so far in the video, so I think by now you should use what I just did to understand what extrusion means, which basically means to extrude a shape. So I'm just going to click on OK, and this is the cladding panels. So after creating these cladding panels, what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to go to create again and click on extrusion. So after clicking on this extrusion, what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on pick line tool, and I'm going to pick here just the external profiles of this will I call it polygon, then click on offset and offset it by 10 millimeter. So now what I'm going to be creating is a band of blue light. So I'm just going to call this blue LED light. So I'm going to click on this material, right click, duplicate, and call this 00 blue LED light. Okay, so keep this in mind because we're going to be using it a lot. Then I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on appearance. I'm going to now go to wall paint, and I'm going to be looking for a bright blue paint. Let me use this cyan here. I think this is bright blue. Then I'm going to close this, click on graphics, make sure this use appearance is checked on, click on apply. Okay, then change this extrusion end to 10 millimeter. Okay, then click on finish. So after doing this now, I'm going to select this extrusion here. That is this white one. I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror it to this side. Then I'm just going to select this blue LED light, click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror it to this side. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to select everything here, click on copy this from this point here to this point. Or what I can do to make things easier for me in case I'm editing it in future is to, after I've clicked on Ctrl J, I'm just going to select every of this, and I'm going to click on see whether I can group it here. Okay, let me see. If I click OK, I'm just going to click on group, and I'm just going to call this clad set and click on OK. So once it's like this, I'm going to select it, click on copy, select this point and copy it to this point. Click on escape, select both of them, click on copy, select this point here and up to this point. Do the same thing again, select 4 of them, click on copy, select this point to this point here. Or we can even use array tool. So we're going to select one of these. We're going to click on array, make sure this thing is set at linear, make sure this is set as second, then click this point here and displace it by this 900, then set how many copies you want it to copy. So we're going to set the number of copies as 15 and click enter. Okay, 15 is not enough, so we can change this value to 19. Okay, let's make it 20. So now we have reached 20. Why not we just complete this hexagon here? So it's going to be one full hexagon. I don't know if it's going to enter here. I think it might just work. So let's click on edit group. We're going to now select this, click on extrusion, select this profile here, click on mirror, select the center point and mirror it to this side. Then click on this and delete this. Then click finish. Then we're going to click on this and just do the same for this outer LED blue light. So we can delete this last line here, delete this one here, then simply trim the rest to match. So we're going to select this, we're going to click on move, and we're just going to try and move this up to this point here. Okay, or click on move and move this to this point here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So you can see this one is here, and I think it makes sense a lot. Okay, so we can select this here, delete this first, select this last one, click on copy, copy this to this point here. So now what we're going to do is we're going to select this here, we're going to click on copy now, and we're going to just copy this to this point here. Click on tab and get it to this point. So it's going to form something like this. So we're going to click on this now. We're going to click on group this one here. We're now going to click on edit extrusion, select this, edit extrusion, and drag it to, just drag it randomly around somewhere here like this. Then click finish. Then select this one here, click on edit extrusion, select both of this and just drag this to this point here and click finish. Then we can click on this one, click on edit type and just drag this here. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to now click on finish. So we're now going to click on this one, click on ungroup, select this bottom one, click on edit extrusion, draw a line here just to flush this with this point here. Click on escape, delete these two lines here. Click on trim, trim this here. Click finish, select this one too, click on edit extrusion and just close this loop here. Select everything here, delete it. Click on trim, trim this here, trim this here, then click finish. So now I'm not going to select this one, white one here, and select this blue light here. Then I'm now going to click on group and I'm going to call this cloud 2. Or rather, to make things faster, I can click on this, click on edit group, select this here, click on edit extrusion, select this whole profile, click on mirror and select this center point and mirror it to this side. Okay, so after doing this, I can now maybe, let's say, extend, draw a line from here, draw another line from here, click on offset, offset it by 10 millimeter here, click on trim, trim this line to here, trim this line to here, delete this one, delete these ones from this point, then close this loop, then click on finish. Then for this, I'm going to do the same for this LED blue light. Click on edit extrusion, basically pick this, click on pick line tools, pick these edges here. Okay, click on offset and offset this by 10 millimeters. Then just trim this here. So I think for this, we can select this profile and just move it up by 300 because of the way the roof bends. So I'm going to move it up by, let's say, 450. Okay, then I'm going to click finish. Then do the same for this. Edit extrusion, select this one, click on move it up by 450. Okay, good, and click finish. Then I'm going to click on finish group. So I'm just going to click on this one now, click on this array, make sure this is linear. Second, click on this point here and move it exactly to this point here on this same line. Then put the number we want, let's say 25, and click enter and click on OK. So 25 is not enough, we're going to make this 27. Okay, so now for this last ones, we are going to click on it and we're just going to edit the profile. Okay, so I'm going to click on ungroup for this last one, so you can see the kind of design element is forming on this our facade, which I think is looking beautiful if you ask me. So we're just going to select this, we're going to click on edit extrusion and we're going to draw a simple line here to kind of have this here and have this. Then we're just going to click on trim, trim here, trim here too, then delete these two lines here and click finish. Select this one too, click on edit profile, select this half, delete it, then basically just close this loop here. Then we are now going to click finish and click edit extrusion. Rather, let's just touch some parts here. So we're going to select this here, click edit extrusion, just fill up here. Okay, so after this now, I can now click on finish. So now we want to just basically just replicate what we have on this face to this other face. So what we can do now is we are just going to select this group and maybe select this group here. Okay, so after we select it, we're now going to click on copy and we're just going to copy it out randomly here. Then I'm going to select this one, ungroup it. I'm also going to select this one, ungroup it. Okay, so it's not going to affect the others if I edit it. So I'm going to select this model in place like this and rotate it to this side here. Then I'm going to click on pick new plane and I'm going to make sure this is selected at pick new face. Then I'm just going to place this here. Okay, so after doing this now, I'm now going to select everything here and I'm now going to click on move and I'm going to be moving this down, this point down to here. Okay, so after moving this point down to here, what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to click on this edge, click on move and move this to this edge here. Ctrl Z, let's move it again. Select everything, click on move, pick here and move it here. Okay, so it has moved successfully. So now I'm going to be looking at this shape and I'm going to be seeing what I can do here. So I can click on this profile, click on edit extrusion, select it here, delete. Okay, finish. Select this, click on edit extrusion, select everything here, delete, finish. So what I'm now going to do, I'm now going to select this 4 here or this one here, these 2 here, click on copy, pick this point here and just copy it to this point here. Click on tab, select this point. So it's going to form something like this. So even at this crest of this curve, it's still going to make sense. Okay, then after doing this, I'm going to select this now, click on edit extrusion or click on finish, click on copy and just basically copy this out here randomly, click on escape, select this now, click on edit extrusion and just try to fill up here. And maybe just follow this curve here, trim this here, click on split here. Okay, so after doing this, we can click on finish. So now we are going to select this here and we're going to create another group yet again. So we're going to call this cloud 3 and click OK. Then we're going to click on this array tool, select this point and move it up to this point here. Then set the number of copies to, let's say, 15 and click on OK. Okay, 15 is too much, let's say 12. Okay, so this is nice. So we're also going to select this here and select this, hold Control and select these 2 at the bottom. Then we're going to click on group again and we're going to call this cloud 4. Then we're going to click on OK. We're now going to simply click on array again, select this point here, select this point here and set the number at 12. Click enter. Okay. Okay, so now what we can now do now is we can click on this one, click on group, select this one, group, select this one, group it, select this last one. I think it can go, we can delete this. Then simply click on this one here, click on edit profile or select this 2 at the top, delete this, select this one here or click on Ctrl Z, select this one, click on edit extrusion, pick line tool, pick here, then just trim this. Can delete this last one. Okay, I don't think it matters. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on finish model. Okay, even though this other side is not complete. So now I've currently clicked on finish and we have finished this model at this side. So what we're now going to do is we're going to select this now. We're going to go back to that ceiling level, and I'm simply going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror this to this other wing. So it will take some time since it's actually a heavy model in place work. Okay, so after it's done like this, I think this copy perfectly. We're now going to select this one, click on edit type, then we're going to select everything in front and delete it, because remember we created everything in front before. So I'm now going to click on finish now. Okay, so now it's showing something like this. What we're going to do now is we're going to select everything here, like the way you have it here. You're just going to select everything here. Then we're going to go to this ceiling level. Then we're simply going to click on mirror. We're going to click on pick axis. Then we're going to make sure this copy is unchecked. Then we're just going to pick this exterior side here off here. So it's going to just mirror to this other side. So with this on out of the way, if you now go to this 3D view, you are now going to see something like this. So for these ones, what we can do is to just select this 1, 2, 3, 4, or hold Control and select it properly. Okay, then these ones as well. So we're going to go back to this ceiling level, and we're also going to do the same mirror. Click on mirror and just mirror it to this other side. So after doing this, if you go to 3D view, you are going to see that everything just matches very well and it's looking beautiful. So we are going to click on finish to finish the model. So now we are entering the final stages of this work. Okay, so another important thing we are supposed to do earlier, but for some reason I didn't just do it, is we didn't create a roof slab for this balcony covering here. Okay, which is very important. So we're going to click on this roof. We're going to click on HH, select this casing HH, select this model in place HH. So we're going to hide all this stuff. So what we're now going to do is we're going to rotate this to this top here, and we're now going to go to architecture. We're going to click on floor. It's asking us to save the project, which we're going to do. Then we're now going to click on this, and we're going to be using a floor deck. Okay, so what we can do is to select this floor main, click on edit type, duplicate, and call this roof deck. So after calling this roof deck, we're going to click on OK, click on edit type. We're going to click on this material, right click, duplicate, and we're going to call this 00 roof deck. Then I'm just going to click on this icon here. I'm going to click on appearance. I'm going to be looking for concrete and select this concrete material. I'm going to close this, click on apply, click on graphics. We can click on graphics, click on this pattern and select concrete pattern. Then click on apply. Okay. So if you want to confirm the graphic, what I did on the graphics, I went to this surface pattern, chose foreground, click on this drop down, then this dialog of graphical options will come out. So I just selected concrete, clicked OK, and just clicked OK. Then I'm now going to click on this pick line tools, and I'm just going to start picking this line here. Or I can go to ceiling level where everything will be clear to me. I'm also going to just basically pick these lines. Or I can even sketch it. So I can draw a line from here up to this corner here, up to here, meeting here, then click on pick line to pick. Then I can then quickly trim this profile here. Then another thing, I'm going to make sure I set this level right to ceiling level, or set it to roof level, sorry. Then I'm going to click on finish, don't attach. So if you go to 3D view now, you are going to see the slab deck. And if you want this stuff, we use temporary hide, which is HH to hide. If you want it to unhide, you can click on HR and everything will unhide. So we want to hide this, some of them again, because I want to show you how to create ceilings in Revit, basic ceilings. Then I'll now show you how to create more complex ceilings with the model in place tools. So we're going to click on this, click on HH. Then we're now going to create ceiling for all these spaces. So to create ceilings is very simple. Once you have even a 3D view like this where you are seeing all the space, you can go to architecture, you can click on ceiling. Then you are going to set this ceiling level at ceiling level. Then you are going to set the height offset at 0. Then you are now going to edit the kind of ceiling you want to use. So once you click on edit, you can duplicate the name, but you can now simply click on edit structure. You can change this default to whatever. You can even click on this default layer or this structure layer, finish layer. You can insert new layers. You can, if you want to insert new layer, just click on insert. You can change it from structure to finish. From finish, you can change the material, set the thickness, but I don't want to do all that, so I can select this layer, delete, select this layer, self delete. Then I'm just going to leave this default. So I'm going to click on this material and look for ceiling. I think in this template, if you transfer it, you should have a ceiling material. So I'm going to just look for default ceiling and click OK. Then click OK. So what you can simply do is you can sketch ceilings or you can do automatic ceiling. Okay. So once you do this automatic ceiling, you are supposed to be able to select the spaces. Okay. So currently this is our ceiling level. If I change it to roof level, so what I can now do now, if this ceiling level is not working, so I could go to this actual ceiling level and click on architecture, ceiling. Then I'm just going to, once I go to the ceiling level, the level constraint is set as ceiling level. I can leave this at automatic sketch, then simply place it in each of these space. So let's start from here. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23. So if you go to 3D view, you'll see we have covered this whole place with ceilings. Okay, and it's pretty much straightforward like that. Click on escape and go your way. So now we're going to click on H arrow to unhide everything. So now we are going to start doing the main ceiling we want to create. So this kind of ceilings, we are going to be using it for all these balconies here, and we're also going to be adding LED light graphics, so it's going to look juicy and nice. Okay, so to help with this, we will not need to have all these obstructions like these ground floor balconies here. Okay, so what we are going to now do is we are now going to rotate this to this front view first. Then we're simply going to go to this properties panel and click on this section box. Okay, so we're going to click on this section box and just drag the bottom of this section box to kind of up to this point. So you can see the section box will automatically cut the project at a certain level depending on how you control it. You get, so if you drag it and control it up to this point, you can see that if you rotate this 3D view now, you are not going to be seeing anything. So we're now going to enter the model in place once again. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on component, model in place, and now I'm going to select ceilings and click OK. Okay, so now we are going to start with the extrusion first. So I'm going to go to extrusion. I'm going to click on set. I'm going to click on pick plane. Then I'm going to pick the bottom of this wall. All this balcony minus 450 have been setting for all these walls. So this is where they are going to come into play. So I'm going to pick this bottom here. I'm now going to click on pick lines. I'm going to pick here. So another way you can get an accurate view of all these ceiling works and from the plan view is to open this reflected ceiling plan section. Then go, since we are working on the ceiling of the ground floor, we are just going to go to this reflected ceiling plan DPC. Then we are going to see what we are doing here. So you can see I'm just picking this here. So I can now click on trim this here, trim this. So you can also toggle back to 3D if you are not too sure of what you are doing. So as you can see, I wasn't too sure, so I had to trim this. I can click on this line and drag this here. So after we have created this basic ceiling, we are now going to set the material. We are going to set the extrusion end to 15 millimeter. Then we are now going to set the material to ceiling white. That ceiling white you use for that top part. Okay, let me just use this default ceiling which is white. So I'm going to click on OK and click on finish. Okay, so this stuff is looking nice and all. You can see how it's just looking juicy, but it's not yet, we are not yet done yet. Okay, so we still need to do some LED lights. So for that, we can go back to this DPC ceiling plan, select this, click on extrusion, then click on offset and offset by 225 first. So we're going to offset here 225, 225, 225, 225 and 225. Then we're now going to trim this inner profiles we did. We're going to trim this point to this point. Then we're also going to offset 75 millimeter, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75. Then we're going to click on trim it here, trim it here. Then split here, zoom out, split here. Then I'm just going to trim this here, and I'm also going to trim this here. So I'm going to click on finish, and once I click on finish, you'll notice, why did I create this cavity here? The reason why I created the cavity is for the LED lights. So we're going to be using this, our blue light, LED lights. So I'm going to click on create. I'm going to click on extrusion again, but this time I'm going to click on set, pick work plane, and I'm going to be picking on top of this ceiling as the work plane. So once I pick on it, I'm now going to change the extrusion end from extrusion start to -5, -15. Okay, let me make sure I put the minus. So then I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to look for that LED light and click on it and click OK. Then what I'm simply going to do is to click on this pick line tool, and I'm going to just be picking these edges here of this cavity we created. Then I'm going to use line and just close this loop here and close this loop here. So I'm going to click on finish, so we are going to see what I want to do, and click on finish again. So have you seen how this is looking now? Okay, so this is basically what I want to do. So I can click on this and change this to consistent color, so you are going to see exactly what I mean. So this is basically the whole LED ceiling light stuff. So I'm going to continue it, and once I get to any complex part, we are going to still work on it in that same fashion. Okay, so we're going to select this now, click on edit extrusion. It's going to show this, don't mind it. So we're going to click on this and click on edit extrusion. So we are going to be working on it level by level. So for this one, I was thinking of using ceiling to cover this place here, but I feel this place can be left. It's fine if it's open like this. In short, closing it up will cause problems. So I'm just going to rotate it here. So I'm going to start this ceiling on this other side from here. So once I draw one line, I can always go to this DPC reflected ceiling plan. I can click on pick line tool. I can pick here. Even though it's clashing with this one, we'll still trim it off. So let's start trimming. Then we're going to click as usual. Click on this offset 225. We're going to click on trim this here, trim this here. Then we're going to click on offset 75 millimeter. Click on split here, split here too. Click on trim here, trim here as well, trim here, and trim here. Then we're going to click on finish. Okay, so we're going to rotate this here, and we're going to click on this LED lights now. Click on edit extrusion. Then we're going to click on pick line tool, and we're just going to pick within this cavity. Okay, so I'm working in the 3D. I'm just rotating it to get the exact views I want to get. Okay, so it will be easy and fast for me. So let's continue. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to close this here, and I'm going to also close this here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So I'm also going to click on this ceiling white here, and I'm going to click on edit extrusion. Since remember that all these are first floor beams, you can see all these first floor beams, they're on the same level. This is why it's always good to work with levels in your modeling. Okay, and anytime I model, I usually like working with levels, so it's important to take after me in that aspect. So we're going to click on this box tool here, and we're just going to draw a box covering this terrace here. So if you have forgotten, if you go back to DPC, see the space we're actually covering the top. Okay, so we're just doing that for these two terraces here. Okay, so if you rotate this now, we can now see that we'll click on finish, and we have done for this ground floor. Okay, so now we're going to select everything, the two extrusion profiles we did here. We're now going to click on copy, we're going to just pick this edge here where the bottom of this extrusion meets with the floor. Uncheck this constraint and just copy it to this first floor ceiling and click on escape. Then after doing this, we're going to click on finish for now. Then we're going to click on this section box and we're just going to drive it up by this height. So we are going to be seeing what is happening on this floor now. So now we are going to click on this extrusion here and we're going to click on edit profile. Okay, so now in this edit profile, we're now going to click on this and we're going to click on edit extrusion. So we're first going to select everything here, delete it. I don't think we need to delete this one since the terrace repeats itself. So I'm going to delete everything here, delete everything. So let's rotate this first and look at what we have here. So we're going to start from here. I think our ceiling is supposed to start from here. Then I'm going to click on this and close loop here. I'm also going to close this loop here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now after doing this, I can rotate this here, then and click on finish now. So I can now go over to this properties panel and turn on this section, turn off this section box. So if you rotate it, you are going to see this like a well completed work we have settled down to do, and it's looking very, very nice. Okay, so now at this point now we're almost done with the model. I think we have done with the major part. So we're just going to quickly touch on the site plan modeling or the site modeling before we now enter the presentation setup. So we're now going to go back to this site. Okay, so this is basically how the site is by default. So we can now right click, duplicate, and call this duplicate view, duplicate with detailing, and we're going to right click, rename again, and call this 00 site plan. Okay, so after calling this the site plan, we're now going to work on this site plan. So the first thing to do in site plan is to go to this view range, click on edit, and change this offset level to 1.2 meter because we are trying to get the footprint of the building. So after we have done this now, we are now going to go to annotate now. We are going to go to field region, click on this drop down field region, click on this drop down and look for this diagonal down. Then we're going to click on this drop down and we're going to look for this 0.8 line. If you have transferred the template, you should have the 0.8 line. Then we're just going to use it to draft out the footprint. So the footprint of a building just includes the external wall. So we're just going to be following that and just be picking it because it's how they are going to set out the building. Then we're going to just trim it. So if you want to see everything clear, I can click on TL. So we are going to be seeing all the lines very well, the thick lines. And then we're going to click on finish. So we can select this staircase, right click, hide in view by category because we don't need these steps here. So I select this floor, hide in view by element. Select this, hide in, right click, hide in view by element. So after doing this now, we have done a pretty decent job now. So we are going to start modeling the site features. So basically for site features, normally people usually use massing and sites, okay, which people term as the proper way to do it in Revit. But honestly, for flexibility, I usually use floors to create topo surface. Unless it involves something of complex contours on the site, I use topo solid. If you want to learn how to do topo solid, I've done a dedicated video on that. You can check it in my playlist below. But for this video, I'm going to be using floor slabs. So we're going to go to architecture, we're going to go to floors. So we're going to be creating a new slab for the paved area and we're going to be creating for the green area. So I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 paving. After calling this paving, I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm now going to click on this material, right click, duplicate, and call this 00 paving. Then I'm now going to click on this icon here, click on appearance, go to site work, then look for this cobblestone here, click on this zigzag icon, close this, apply, OK, OK, OK. So I'm now going to click on this pick line tools and just pick here, and pick these 4 boundary lines of the site. Okay, so because of we want some green areas at some portions, we are just going to create some chamfers at especially this back zone. So what we're going to do is we're just going to click on pick line tool. We're going to pick here and pick here. After picking here, we're going to just basically create some openings, some pockets for green area within these paved areas. So after doing this, we can now click on escape, click on offset, and offset the rear region of the paved area by, let's say, uncheck this copy and offset it by 1.2 inwards the site. So this pocket will be for green area. So in order for the green area to work very well, we can also put some green area at this side here. So 3 meters from the building up to here. Then we can select these lines here, click on mirror, and mirror this to this side. Okay, so now we're going to now click on this fillet arc and we're going to arc this place here, arc here too. Then we're going to click on escape, select this line and change this to 1.2. select here 1.2. Then we're going to click on trim. Okay, I'm going to select these two lines, click on mirror, make sure I check this copy. So it's good to take cognizance of this copy while mirroring. Pick this center point and mirror it to this side. So I'm now going to click on trim and trim these lines very well here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is in order for us to get accuracy in this building, we'll need to actually do a paved area we can use to judge this area. So what I'm going to do first is to click on escape. I'm going to select these two lines here, delete this and delete this. Then I'm going to go to pick line 2. I'm going to go to this edge here and click on tab and select this whole profile to just match the building. So after doing this, I can now select these two lines here, delete it, select these two lines, delete it. So this paved area, if we click on it another time, is going to actually give us the information on the area, which is going to help for quantities later. So I'm going to click on finish and I've created this paved area. So another thing we'll need to take cognizance of, this graphics is not the ideal graphics for a paved area. So we're going to select this. We're now going to click on edit type. Click on edit, click on this material, then click on graphics. Then we're going to click on this paving concrete, this pattern concrete, and go to this model, under this model. Then we're going to be looking for this herringbone material. Then we can click on edit and make it 2 times bigger. Click on OK, click on OK. Then we can change the color from black towards dark brown. So we're just going to change this hue to around dark brown, then make it lighter like this. Okay, like this. Click OK, apply OK. So apparently it's even still too small, so we're going to edit this material. Click on it, edit this material and make it 3 or 4. Okay, OK, 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 apply OK. Okay, so after we do this now, we're going to select this here. We're going to click on copy and copy this out randomly and click on escape. So we're just going to click on this now and we're going to change this height offset to 150 millimeter. Then we're now going to click on this edit type, duplicate, and we're going to call this 00 green area. And I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to click on this edit type and I'm going to be changing this material from paving to this grass here. Okay, thank God we already have a grass material. And I'm going to click OK, OK, OK again. Then I'm going to click on edit boundary and I'm just going to delete this profile and I'm going to just try and complete this one here. Then I'm going to click on split and split in between here. Click on trim, trim this here, trim this here, trim here and trim here. Then I'm now going to click on pick line 2. I'm going to pick here, and basically just pick these peripherals. So after doing this, I'm going to select this profile here. I'm going to click on mirror and mirror it to this side. So I'm also going to click on this box too and I'm going to draw a box here to just get this back green area here and click on finish. So looking at this now, we have the green area, but we have not yet applied graphics. So we're going to select this green area. We're going to click on this edit type. We're now going to click on edit, click on this grass. Then we're now going to just go to this foreground pattern and we're going to search for sand dense. Then after selecting sand dense, we're now going to click on this color, drag it towards green hue and make it dark green. Click on OK, apply, OK, OK, apply and OK. So now after doing this, we're now going to go to annotate. We're now going to go to detail line. Then we're going to click on this drop down and we're going to be looking for this sight line, which you'll get if you have transferred the template. So we're going to click on this rectangle, pick this point here and just indicate the side boundary of this site. So now after doing this now, we are now going to also place some parking space. So for that, we're going to go to massing and site and we're going to click on this parking component. So we're going to click on this parking and edit it. Then we're going to change the parking length to 5 meters and the parking length to the parking width to 2.5, that is 2500 millimeter. Click OK. So we're going to start by placing one at this edge here. because this is an apartment building, so you can just have cars parking in a straight line. So we're going to select this, click on this array, pick this point here up to this point, and maybe array up to 12 cars. Okay, let's make it 11. Okay, so we can just clear this middle space for maybe movement. Okay, so what we can now do is to now select this last 4 here and just click on move and just move it to this point. So we can select these other ones here, or select one, right click, select all instances in visible view, click on copy, pick this point and copy it to this point here, so it will have 2 sets of parkings, and we're going to click on save to have enough parking space. So if you go to 3D view now and you rotate this, you are going to see the wonderful work we have done here. So what we can now do now is to add some curbs to this green area, so it's going to be very complete. So we are going to go to architecture, we are going to go to floor. Okay, we're now going to click on this drop down and we're going to look for floor slab edge. Then we're going to click on this drop down and see if we have any curb profile, which we're going to click on edit type, click on this drop down and see if there's any curb profile here, which we don't have. So we're going to close this. So what we're going to do is going to be very simple and straightforward. So we're going to go to files. Under files, we're going to click on new. Under this new, we're going to close it. We're going to click on file. Under file, we're going to click on new. We're going to click on this family. Then now we go to family, we're going to go back to English metric. Then after English metric, we're now going to go to English metric profile, generic profile. So let's scroll down till we see profile. So we're just going to say metric profile and we're going to click on open. So once we open this interface, we're now going to click on this line work and we're going to draw from this point here. Once we draw from this point, we can decide to go upwards or downwards, but depending. So if you are going downwards, it means you will not need to put minus in when you are setting the curbs in your floor. So we're just going to set this as 150. We're going to put the curb thickness to be 125. And we're going to put this 100, draw a diagonal line to just meet this here. So this will form something like this. So we're going to click on this profile usage, click on this drop down and set it to slab edge. Okay. Then we're now going to click on Ctrl S and we're just going to save it anywhere we want to save it to. Let me just save it as curbs profile. Then we're going to click on save. Then we're going to click on load into project and we're going to select this our Sci-Fi apartment and load it into it. So after loading this into it, we're now going to go to 3D view. We're going to go to architecture. We're just going to go to slab, floor, click on this drop down, floor slab edge, click on this edit type, duplicate and call this 00 curbs. Then we're going to click on OK. Click on this profile and we're going to select this curbs profile. Then we're going to click on material and look for this curbs material and click on OK. Click on OK. Then once you hover around your floor, you're going to see the edges will highlight. So if you want to, instead of wasting time and applying it one by one, clicking on it, left clicking and just applying it one by one on these edges. If you go to an edge like this, the top edge, you can click on tab. It will select all of them 4 at once. Do the same here. Tab, select this, rotate, tab, select this. Okay, so after this now we have done with this site work and I think this is looking wonderful. So even if you go to this site plan, I think it looks good. So now the thing we'll do lastly for this site is I always like when I'm modeling my buildings, I always indicate an access road to the site plan which we are going to model. So it's pretty much the same thing we have been doing. We're going to go to architecture, floors. They are going to click on this paved area. We're now going to click on edit type, duplicate, and we're going to call this 00 asphalt. Then I'm going to click on OK. Click on edit type, click on this paving material here, right click, duplicate, and call this asphalt. Then I'm going to click on this icon here, click on appearance, go under site work and click on this asphalt dark gray. Close this, click on apply, okay here, okay here. So I'm going to click on this profile line and I'm going to draw a line from this point here outwards of 3 meters here. Draw another line extending it to here and just basically create a road of 8 meter width. Then I'm going to draw this and meet this at 3 meters. Close this here, then click on this fillet arc and fillet this edge here as well as here. Click on this and change it to 3 meters. Delete elements, do the same here. Then I'm now going to click on finish. Okay, so I always forget to work on the graphics, so I'm going to click on edit type, click on edit, click on this asphalt, click on this graphics, click on this and change it to click on this drafting and change it to solid fill. Then I'm going to click on this color, make it pure black and just drag it down to gray. Click OK, apply and OK. So now let's create the background greenery, which is basically this. Copy this outside here. Click on this, edit boundary. Pick this here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here. Pick 1, 2, 3. Then just simply draw a box. So it's not going to be the Revit background environment. We'll be modeling all these things. Okay, we'll be picking perspective from. So we can click on edit type, duplicate 00B greenery. Click on OK. Click on this. Click on material, right click, duplicate. Okay, so I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on appearance. I'm going to click on site work and I'm going to just select this bluegrass. Go to graphics, click on this solid fill, click on this color and change it towards green but very light. Okay, so this is very wonderful and look at what we've done so far. Okay, so the next stage of this work we're going to be entering is the presentation packaging. So I'm going to show you how to create sheets. We're going to place some views in those sheets and we're then going to finally print this work, and that will bring us to the end of this video. All right, so let's start. So once we have gotten to this stage and our model is basically almost ready, we are just going to do some cross check for anything remaining we are supposed to do in the model before going to our presentation. So we can go back to DPC and just look at, okay, there is no door here, so we can just click on this door, click on mirror, draw axis, make sure this copy is selected, then mirror this door to this other wing. Okay, it seems they are not of equal distance, so we are just going to select this door, click on copy, uncheck this constraint, click on this point and just copy it to this point here. Okay, so after doing this, we are going to click on this door, click on this icon here, so it's going to change the direction. All right, so after we have done this, I'm just going to select this staircase, these steps here. I'm going to click on edit steps, then I'm just going to select this one, click on copy, pick this point here and copy this to this point. Then I'm going to click on this. I'm also going to click on edit sketch, then I'm just going to try and drag this, select this and drag this line here to just match this, then click on finish and click on finish again. All right, so after doing this now, we're now going to go to the first floor and we're going to place a window here because this place have to be lit up. Okay, so we're going to go to architecture, click on walls, then select this curtain wall, set the base constraint from first floor up till lintel 3, which is fine. You can set it to even ceiling level if you want. Okay, then the base offset, we're going to make the base offset 300. Then we're just going to draw a simple curtain wall from 300 millimeter here to 1.8 meter here. Okay, so this error, don't mind this, elements have duplicated type mark value, you can ignore this. So we're going to click on this, click on this icon here to push the cutting wall to adjust it properly. Please, it's not every error you should ignore. It's just that particular one. It's not a problem because it's just showing duplicated type mark values. So if you go to 3D now, we are going to rotate this our building to the rear view. Then we're going to add some cutting grids here. So I'm going to click on cutting grids. I'm going to add one at the center, then add one at this lintel level, add another one at this first floor, then add another one at this lintel level. And I think that is all. Okay, this is a cutting wall, not a window. So now let's go to the presentation of this work. So before we start anything, what we are going to be doing is we are going to hide some things in this 3D view. We are going to select this scope box, right click, hide in view by category. Then we are going to rotate this building to this top view. Then I'm just going to left click my mouse and select all the site components. Okay, so by selecting this part here, it means automatically, because I created the profile together, I've selected also this part here. So I'm going to make sure I encompass all the packing. Then I'm now going to click on create group, and I'm going to click on caps lock and call this site plan. Then I'm going to click on OK. So after doing this like this, we are now going to go into our presentation. So by default in Revit, if you go to under this project browser, under this sheet, you are going to see some default sheets Revit have given you. So I'm going to select the first one, go down to the last one, hold shift, select all of them, then click on delete. Oh, why did we delete them? We are going to create our own custom sheets before we start doing any presentation stuff. So to do that, we're now going to go to file, under file, we're now going to click on new. Under new, we're going to hover around family. Okay, we clicked on new first, we clicked on file, hovered around new, clicked on family, then click on this back icon here, one level up, and click on English metric, not English imperial. So if you are working with the imperial system, you should click on English imperial, but for me I work with the metric system. Okay, so we're going to click on these title blocks, and we're going to be selecting A3. So A3 is like a very commonly used sheet size in the construction industry. So I'm going to click on open. So once we have created this, we're going to basically do a simple panel. So we're going to click on line, then we're going to click on this drop down and change this to wide line. Then we're going to click on box, then we're going to click on this offset and make it -5. Then I'm going to pick here and go to the end of this box and pick here. If you click on TL, you'll be seeing the tick lines. So now we are going to do some field region. So we're going to go to create, we're going to go to field region, then I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm just going to call this 00, let's say purple, or let's say blue. Okay, then I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on this foreground pattern and change it to solid fill. Then I'm going to click on this foreground pattern color, click on this cyan blue, and just make it a bit darker. Just let it still be bright like this. Click on OK, or click on this, make it a bit darker here, then click on OK. So I'm going to click on this color again. Then what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to click on this add, click on add here, so the color is going to be saved here. Click on OK. So once I click on this background color, I'm going to click on this one, click OK, and click OK. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and select invisible lines. Then I'm going to click on box. So I'm going to draw a box from here up to 100 millimeter. Okay, then I'm going to click on this, and okay, this is 10, this is 100. So I'm just going to select this, click copy, select this point and copy this here, then click finish. So after we have created this, we have basically a very simple sheet. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to create some labels. So this label is now going to show the sheet number, and another label is going to show the sheet name. So we're going to go to create, and we're going to click on label beside text. Then I'm now going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm going to call the 00 text 1. Then I'm going to click on OK. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to first change the font to the one I want. So I'm going to pick Century Gothic. Then I'm going to change the size to, let's say, 5. I'm going to make sure I check this bold color, and I'm going to click on this color and make it almost white, but not completely white, just almost white here. Then I'm going to click on OK, apply, and OK. So after doing that, You can still see this my cursor is showing A, which means the label text is, we have not yet activated it. So I'm just going to go inside this blue box and click on it. Then a dialog is going to come out. We're now going to scroll down and put the parameter we want to use. So we want to create a label for the sheet name. So I'm just going to click on this sheet name here and click on this add parameters and click OK. Then we're just going to play. Okay, I'm going to click cancel. And now after we have placed it, we're going to click on escape. Then we're going to select this sheet and drag it inside here. So if you notice, we're not seeing anything, and there's a reason why. Because this text, we made it white, and the opaque background is making it white. So instead of leaving it opaque, we're going to make it transparent. So I'm going to click on this. I'm now going to click on this edit type. Then I'm now going to go over to this opaque, click on it, drop down and change it to transparent, and click on apply and OK. So you can see how this is looking, which is wonderful. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to extend this point up to this end here and this one here, so making it more comprehensive. So we're going to repeat the same process, but we're going to click on create, click on label, select here. Then this time, instead of sheet name, we're going to click on sheet number and just click on this green icon. Then the sample value is A0101. What we're going to do is we're going to change this value to 0, sample value to 001, and this prefix to A. And I'm going to click apply and click on OK. Let me click on cancel again and escape, so it's not going to. So I'm just going to adjust this here. So now after doing this, we're going to hit Ctrl S to save this. So once we save this, we're now going to go to save it where we want to save it. I'll suggest you save it close to the file. So let's just save this as Sci-Fi sheet. Then I'm just going to click on save, and is saved. So once it's saved, I'm now going to click on load into project and close. So it's going to be loaded into this project. So now, before we go any further on our main model, we're going to create the sheet we're going to be using. So I'm going to hover around this project browser. I'm going to go to where this sheet is. I'm going to right click and click on new sheet, and you are going to see the Sci-Fi sheet will appear in this dialog. Then I'm going to click on OK. So now you can see that I'm just now going to right click, and I'm now going to click on rename. And I'm going to call this sheet 001. Click on OK. So you can see this is A001. Then I'm now going to right click, click on rename, and call this under the name and change the name to site plan. Then I'm going to click on OK. Then you will see the site plan will appear here. That is the essence of labels. So I'm going to right click, click on new sheet. OK. Right click, click on another new sheet. So I'm just going to create a lot of them, like about 5 or 6 of them. Okay, so now the next sheet I'm going to be renaming this one to is the ground floor plan. Okay, then I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm going to right click, click on rename, and call this one the first floor plan. Okay, I made a mistake. So I'm going to right click, click on rename, and call this name the first floor plan. So because of the dynamicness of the facade, there is no typical floor. So we are just going to create for all the floors. Okay, so I'm going to right click, click on rename, and this next one is going to be second floor plan. Okay, and click OK. Then this next one is going to now be roof plan. Click OK. Then we're going to create about 3 sheets more. Then the next sheet we are going to be creating is the section. I'm still going to come to that. Then finally the perspective views. Let me show you how to place an elevation on a sheet. Okay, so I'm going to click elevation. I'm just going to put one elevation. Okay, so now this one will now be perspective view 1-1, Ctrl A, Ctrl C, click OK. Then we're going to create a new one. We're now going to right click here, click on rename, and paste this. Alright, so after doing this now, we're now going to go back to this site plan. Okay, so we're going to start from the site plan as usual. So we're going to go under these floor plans. We're going to click on site plan. So what we're now going to do is we're going to do some annotations. Okay, then we're going to now crop this view. Firstly, the first thing to consider when placing anything in any view on your sheet in Revit is the scale. So let's say we go to this site plan sheet and we just want to bring the site plan to this sheet. We're just going to go to where the site plan is, click on it, left click and hold, then drag it into this view. So you can see that the site plan is already too big. So what are we going to do? We're just going to double click on it to access it and make it editable. Then we're just going to click on this show crop region, then click on then try and select the crop region. So what I'm going to do is, since I grouped the site plan, it's kind of interfering with me selecting the crop view. So I'm going to click on tab and try and see if I can select this site plan, or select the site plan first, click on HH to temporarily hide it. So after doing that, I'm now going to click on the crop region to crop this up to this point. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on this hide crop region and I'm going to click on HR, that is to do the temporary hide. So I'm now going to double click and I'm just going to click on this view, because since we have already named this sheet the site plan, we don't need this view title. So I'm going to click on this drop down and change this to no title after selecting it. So you can undo it if you want, but me, I prefer it this way. Then we're going to work on this site a bit and we're going to work on something. So far we have already done a lot of work on most of the work. We'll just need to do some annotation stuff. So we're going to double click here and we're just going to call this the main building. So we're now going to go to annotate. We're going to click on text. Then we're just going to edit and duplicate a text. Let me just give it any name. I'm tired at this point, so I'm just going to change the font style to Century Gothic. If you notice, I've been using a consistent font style, so my work will be consistent. So it's important to keep that in mind. So we're going to change this text size to 6. Make sure it's bold. Opaque is fine. Click on OK and call this main building. Okay, so after doing this, now we can click on tab. If you want to still name this public parking, you can do so. I don't think it's necessary like that. Then we're also going to indicate the entrance of this building. So this is not a real site, but normally if you want to indicate entrance, it's usually graphically represented, which you are going to click on, go to this annotate, go to region, click on this drop down, max region. Then you are going to draw a line like this. Okay, we are going to change this line thickness to 10 lines or even invisible lines. Then you are going to draw a line from here up to 4 meters or up to 2 meters, since the size of an average gate is 4 meters. Okay, is it up to 2? Ctrl Z. Let me start from here again, 2000. Then I'm going to draw another line here, 300, then join it to form a triangle. So I'm going to select these 3 lines, click on mirror, draw a line at the center, mirror it here, click, delete this one in the middle, click finish. Then I'm simply going to click on mirror now to mirror it to this other side. Okay, so what we can now do now is to click on this, click on tab till we select this line, click on split element, split the line, click on tab, select one part of the line, drag it to just meet this this gate opening. Okay, so this is how it's represented. So because of the shading here, we can, instead of this being white, we can make it black. So what we are going to do, we are simply going to go to annotate, click on this region, field region, click on this drop down and look for solid black. Then we're just going to click on this pick line tools, click on tab, pick our Ctrl Z. Let me show you. Hover around one edge, click on tab to select everything, finish, select it, click on tab, select this, click on mirror and just do the same thing. So this is your access. Okay, so now after doing this, we're now going to double click outside this view and we're going to put one very important thing, a north arrow. Okay, so a north arrow is very important in your site plan, as it shows the orientation of the site and the building in relation to the north. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how to bring in a north arrow. So we're first going to open our template file. So once we open the template file, I've already created a north arrow there. So what you just need to do is to transfer it. So I'm just going to click on one of the sheets in the template file. Then I'm going to select this north arrow, click on edit family, click on load into project and load it into the Sci-Fi project. Click on no. Then once you load it in, it's there. So if you go back to this site plan, we are now going to go to annotate. Then we're now going to click on this symbol. You are going to see this north arrow main, and we are going to place it. So depending on where your north arrow is, you can still, if you click on it, you can still click on edit type and adjust the angle if you want. So, but I think it's fine since this is an imaginary site. So let's go to the floor plans now, the good stuff. So I'm going to go to this DPC, which is our ground floor. Then I'm just going to first select this site, right click, hide in view by elements, not by category. Then I'm now going to select this properties line, right click, hide in view by category. I don't need it for the floor plans. So I'm also going to go over here. I'm going to select this room separator line, right click, hide in view by category. So now what is left for this floor plan? Grids. So grids are very important elements. The reason why I didn't use them earlier is because of I've been designing for years now. So I have a bit of prowess in designing very structurally aligned designs. Okay, but it's not the same for everybody. So it's always good to use your grids initially or on time. Okay, but since I didn't do it, I'll give you the benefit of doubt. So I'm going to go to architecture now, and we're going to see this box here called grid lines. So what you are going to do is we're going to click on this drop down, make sure this is 8mm bubble we selected. We can click on edit type to make sure these two symbols are checked on and click OK. So what are grids? Grids are imaginary lines used in construction documents. So these imaginary lines are used for many purposes, but the main purpose is used for is understanding and locating things through multi-levels. So for example, if you look at this design currently, we have a staircase around here. So if you want to track, let's say, a column at this point here, you are going to say this column is located at this grid 1 I'm about to draw here. Okay, so let's just draw the grid first, then you are going to see practically what I mean. So grids are usually drawn in major structural, external and major structural walls, you get. So we are going to start from here and be drawing the vertical grid. So we're going to start from grid 1. We're going to draw it. So we are just going to click on escape, grid. Once you have OK with the grid you have selected, you left click on the point in the middle of the wall and scroll down, then left click again to stop. We are going to also put a grid here. So we are going to click here and draw another one here. Don't mind, we are still going to align everything together. So we are going to do the same here. So after doing this, let's do the third one here. This is a major structural wall. We are now going to do another one here and another one here. You can see that automatically most of my walls are very aligned. So this is just what I told you about my prowess. So just continue doing it and you just get better at things you do. So this is grid 7 and this is finally grid 8. You may be asking, why didn't I do this balcony wall? Because this balcony wall isn't really a major structural element. The main structure is these walls going across each floors. Okay, so what we are now going to do, we're going to click on this grid and drag, left click, hold this point and drag it to match these ones. So we're also going to click on, for example, this grid here, left click here, drag it to match this here. And we're also going to click on this grid 7, left click here, drag this. If you are wondering what I did to select it, I just clicked on tab, then once I select it, I'll just click on it. So once you have aligned all of them, if you click on one of them and drag it, the others will drag along, so making things easier for you. So now we are finished with this vertical grid. We are now going to do the horizontal grid. So in the same fashion, we are going to start from here, the top to bottom, because if you notice in the vertical grid, we started from left to right. So this horizontal grid is from top to bottom. So let's start. Then we are now going to change this from numerical to alphabetical. Okay, so we are going to change this to A. So you understand the whole gist. Grid 1, 2, 3, 4, horizontal, A, B, C, D, vertical, or the vice versa. I made a mistake. So we are going to go and draw another grid here. We're also going to do one here, since this is a major structural wall. We are going to do another one here. We are going to do one more. Okay, I don't think this one is necessary, and one more here. So after doing this, we are going to click on this. We are going to click on this point and drag this out. We're also going to hover here, click on tab, click on this, click here and just drag this here. So we are going to click on tab, select grid B and drag this here. So we have entered another stage of this presentation. We are coming one step closer to what we want to do. Then we are going to just add some rooms to spaces we have not added rooms, like this balcony. So I'm going to click on rooms. Remember, I'm going to set the top constraint at first floor, so it makes sense. So we're going to place one here and place another one here. Okay, so after doing this, we're just going to call this balcony. So I can hit Ctrl A, Ctrl C, then do the same. Just double click and hit Ctrl V here. So now after doing this, we're now going to do some annotation works. Okay, so we're going to indicate some things we're supposed to indicate, like this dotted line indicating there is a beam above this, and some wardrobe lines. So let's go to annotate and start with some wardrobe lines, detail line. So we're going to click on this drop down and select 10 lines. So these 10 lines, we're going to start from here and indicate there is a wardrobe here. So I'm just drawing a straight line up to this point here. I will do the same here, like this as well. Then I'm now going to indicate this is a void, this duct here. So if you want to get more clarity, you can always turn on your TL, that is thin lines, and do the same here. Okay, so now after doing this, the next kind of lines we are now going to be indicating are the cantilever lines. Okay, so what we're now going to do is we're going to go over to this underlay, click on this drop down and set it at first floor. So we're going to be seeing what is going on at first floor. So already there are these elements on the ground floor extending to this point, so we don't need to use dotted line to indicate here. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to go to detail line, click on this drop down, and we're now going to select overhead lines. So we're going to pick from the external part of the walls above and just indicate that there are cantilevers here. So I think these are some wide cantilevers, but it's still possible just with proper reinforcement. So after we are done with this, we can click on this and turn it off. So now we have indicated almost everything. There is one final thing to do for this presentation: color schemes. So we're going to go under this properties panel. We're going to click on color schemes now. We're going to click on this drop down and change this to rooms. Then we're going to click on name. Then we're just going to double click on this by value and click OK. Then the color scheme will activate. So after the color scheme have been activated, we're going to go to annotate. We're now going to click on this color field legend, and we're just going to click and just place it beside the plan. So after this is done now, we're going to click on view template because we don't want to suffer this whole thing again, at least to some extent. Then we're going to click on view template here. We're going to click on create template, and we're going to call this 00 press plan, that is presentation plan. So we're now going to click on OK. So after clicking on OK, you're going to see it will appear in the template interface, and we're going to click OK. Then what we're now going to do is we're now going to select all this line work. So what I can do is to just highlight everything on this plan. After highlighting it, I'm going to go to filter, click on check none, then select thin lines and overhead lines. Okay, I've forgotten to put one line. I'm supposed to put some overhead lines on this WIC. So let me just do it before I copy everything across floors. So this overhead line, I'm just going to place this here. Place this here. Okay, so now I'm going to do the thing I did before. So I'm just going to select everything here. I'm going to click on filter, check none, lines, overhead and thin lines, and click OK. Then I'm going to hold shift and deselect this specific two cantilever lines because the first floor cantilevers and the ground floor cantilevers are not the same thing. Then I'm simply going to click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected views. Then I'm going to select first floor, hold control and select second floor as well, and click OK. So after this is done, we're now going to go to this second floor now. Then I'm just going to click on view template, click on template, click on apply, and I'm just going to see this press plan and click OK. Then the templates stuff we did is going to apply for this. So I can now click on architecture, click on rooms to add the rooms that I have not yet added. So I'm going to add from first floor to second floor. Okay, this is the second floor. So let's go back to first floor, sorry, and do the same thing. View, view template, apply, press plan, okay. So now I'm just going to click on architecture, rooms, and I'm going to just add these balconies here. From first floor to second floor, set the constraint, change this limit offset to 0. Place this here, place this here, place this here, and click on escape. Now I can delete this particular line here. So I'm also going to go to annotate, go to detail line, and I'm going to change this from overhead lines to thin lines. Then I'm just going to drag this. So another important thing we forgot to do, so before we move any further, let's just quickly do it. After we have finished this DPC, we're going to go to this sheet where this ground floor is, and we're going to click on this DPC and drag it in. Do you know the important reason why? Is that this DPC, if it doesn't enter this sheet, the other floor plans won't enter the sheet. So okay, so we're going to click on it and try and just set it up first inside the sheet. So it's going to be able to, so let's just set it at this point and edit some other things. So we're going to click on this view, click on this drop down and change this to no title. Then I'm going to double click here, select this color scheme, click on edit. Then I'm now going to edit the text size. So I'm going to change the text font to Century Gothic. Change this text size to, let's say, 3. Then go to this title text, Century Gothic again. Change the text size to 4. Then bolding it, apply, and click on OK. So you can see it. I think this is much better. Okay, and it entered the sheet perfectly. So let's go back to the first floor now. Okay, we are going to save our project. So after doing this, we are just going to double click here, hit Ctrl V, because the balcony text we copied is still there. Hit Ctrl V and put balcony there. So we are now going to continue what we are doing by annotating and indicating that this is a void. So we're going to select these ceilings. For some reason they are visible, hide in view by elements. Okay, and we are good to go. So we have this here on the first floor. So we're now going to go to annotate, color fill legend, and we're just going to add it beside. We are going to go to second floor and basically do the same thing. Select this ceiling works, right click, hide in view by element, go to detail line, do the necessary, the needful. Go to architecture, go to rooms, place one here, place another one here. Okay, so we didn't set the parameter, right? But I think it still serves. So let's just name this. Okay, Ctrl A, Ctrl V, paste balcony here. Then we're going to go to annotate, color fill legend, and we're just going to place this here. So we're going to drag in all these respective views to their sheet. So let's go with first floor. Click on first floor and drag it in. Click on this view, click on this drop down, no title. So we can just use our 4 keys to adjust it and try and centralize it. Second floor, the same thing. Click on this drop down, change this to no. Okay, then roof plan. So now let's go to the roof plan. So to get a roof plan in Revit, we are going to go back to this site view here. Then we are going to right click, click on duplicate, duplicate view with detailing. Then we're now going to right click again, click on rename and call this, rename this 000 roof plan. Okay, so this our roof is not conventional, but we are still going to use it regardless. So we're going to select this site features, right click, hide in view by element. Then we're going to change the scale of this roof back to scale 1:100. Right click on this properties line, hide in view by category. Okay, so after doing this now, we can see this our roof. So what we can do is to click on this roof, click on edit type, select this material on top, at least this roofing sheet, click on it and see what. Once we select this roofing sheet, we are going to add a pattern to it. So we're going to click on this foreground pattern. We're going to click on model. We're now going to select this shake 150, click OK. Then we're going to click on this shake 150, click on edit size and change it to 2 and click OK. Then we're going to click on this color and change it towards dark brown. So we're going to drag this point to somewhere here, increase the lightness and click OK, apply and OK. Then we're going to click on finish. So it's going to appear like this. Okay, so now to get the boundaries of the roof clear, we're going to select all these extra wall features popping out, this railing stuff and here, and we're just going to right click, hide in view by element. We're just going to left click, select, and just select all of them at these edges, hide in view by category even possibly. So what we are going to be seeing is only the roof. We're going to select these steps, right click, hide in view by category. Then we're going to hit VV, that is visibility graphics. We're going to scroll down till we reach roof. After we have reached roof, we're going to go over to this projection, and we're going to, under this projection, we're going to click on projection line where this roof is. Click on override, click on weight and change it to 5. Click on OK, apply OK. Then we're going to hit TL. Okay, that is to deactivate the 10 lines. So now we're now going to add some stuff graphically. So what we're going to do now is we're now going to go to GD, and we're simply going to turn this smooth line with anti-aliasing, check these shadows, cast ambient shadows, lighting 100, ambient light 20, shadows 5. Click on apply, or let's just turn off these cast shadows and click on apply now and click OK. So after doing this, now we are now going to indicate the slope of the roof. So due to the complex shape of the roof, if I go to annotate and I just use let's say this spot slope, you see it can't work here because it's curved. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to manually indicate it. So I'm just going to go to annotate, go to region. Okay, click on this drop down and select mask region. So use the invisible lines, click on this circle and just draw a circle around here with radius of 600 is fine. Click OK. Then after creating this circle, I'm going to go to drop down again, click on field region, solid black, and I'm going to draw an arrow from the edges of the circle, something like this. Then I can select this, click on mirror and mirror this to this side, then delete this line in the middle. Click finish. So I'm going to select one, or select this arrow first, select this one and click on group and call the group DRI, meaning direction. Then I'm just going to, once I've placed it, so if you go back to the 3D, this our roof is kind of a barrel roof. So the way to indicate barrel roof is if you go to this roof plan, click on this and then click on mirror and just mirror it randomly to this side, just indicating that this is kind of a barrel. So we have our roof plan here and it is set. So we're going to go to this roof plan and we're just going to click on the roof plan and drag it and just place this. So what we can do once we have something like this, that the roof plan is compact but it's looking big like this, is we're going to go double click on this show crop region. Okay, sorry, not do this, do not crop, make sure this is cropped. Click on this show crop region and just crop it till it fits. Then click on this hide crop region, double click outside the view, select this view, click on this drop down and click on no title. So we have our roof plan set and done. So now is the section. Okay, so the section is basically a cross section of a building. Okay, so you want to see what is happening on the building from a cross sectional point of view. So we are going to go to DPC and we're going to draw a section. So it's usually suggested that you draw a section across an integral or integral structural part of the building. So in the essence of this building, we'll be drawing it to cut across this staircase. So you can draw it here on the vertical part of the stair or here. So just for the sake of more clarity, we're going to draw here. So I'm going to go to views. Under views, I'm going to click on section lines. Then I'm just going to pick the point I want to draw from here, left click and pick another point, a straight section. Then I'm going to click on this zigzag line here to kind of make sure the section is not cutting through the graphics of the building. So after we have done this, our section is created. To access this section, we're just going to double click on this and we're going to see our section. So the first thing to do for this section is to, number one, click on this hide crop region, or undo it, then just click on it and adjust it a bit. Just add some more space at the sides and here. After doing this, we are going to click on hide crop region. Then we're going to select this reference plane, right click, hide in view by category. We're going to select this site we group together, right click, hide in view by element. Okay. Then we're going to do some graphics work a bit. So we're going to click on VV, which is visibility graphics. Scroll down. Then we're going to go under these walls. Under these walls, we're going to scroll to where we have wall patterns. Then we're just going to use our regular solid fill black. Click on this color, make it black but not completely black, and click OK. Click OK. Then we're going to change this line. Click on this line, click on this weight override and change the weight to 6 and click OK, apply, and OK. Okay, so before we click on OK, we're now going to go and do the same for the floors. Okay, so if you want to see how to do a detailed section, I've done a full working drawing course, so you can check that out. This is just a presentation section. So let's go to the floors. We're just going to do the same thing. Pattern, black, make sure it's almost black, no, not totally black. Yeah, click on OK. The lines, override it to 6. And then we have this. So after doing this, now we're now going to do some annotations now. So we're going to go to annotate. We're going to now go to click on this drop down and go to field region. Then we're now going to be doing some field region for like the foundations. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to click on edit type, duplicate, and we're just going to call this 00 footing. Then we're going to click on OK and edit it a bit. So this foreground color, we're going to make it black but not completely black like we did for the others. Click on OK, click on this and make it black around when everything here is around 26. Click on OK, apply. Then we're going to click on this drop down and we're going to change this to wide lines. So we're just going to pick from maybe this point here to this point here, then down to let's say 1.5 meter. Okay, since this presentation we cannot decide the depth of the foundation, so let's say up to this point, and we'll draw up to 300 here, up to 300 here. Click on this drop down, change this to invisible line and draw something like a zigzag. This is to discontinue it and indicate that what is just to indicate a gap in distance. So we're going to select this, click on mirror around this point, mirror it here. The dimension doesn't really matter again because of this thing indicates that the depth of the foundation is not yet decided. So we're going to click on this, change this back to wide lines. Okay, then draw a line from here 225, another line depth of 150, another line here 225. That is basically the thickness of the wall. So another line here and joining this. Then I'm going to delete this line here. So I'm going to click on finish. So after doing this now, so you can see that the thickness of the line in this and this is different. So we're going to create a line that is 0.6. So we're going to go to manage, additional setting, line styles, new, and call this 0.6. Okay, click on OK. Set the projection, click on this projection drop down and change this projection of this line to 6. Apply and OK. Then the line has been saved in the inventory of our work. So we're going to select this now. Click on edit. Okay, not edit type. Click on edit boundary. Select these thick lines here. Hold Control and carefully select this thick line. Make sure you don't select the invisible line. Click on this drop down and change this to 0.6 and click on finish. So you can see it matches now. So we can select this now, click on copy, pick this point and just copy it on all these footings. Ctrl Z. So after doing this now, I think we made a mistake in the floor graphics. So I'm going to click on VV. So if you scroll down, apparently what we did was food service equipment, so we made a mistake, so you need to be careful. So all the things we're supposed to do for these floors, we did it in food service equipment. So let's quickly make sure we do it for the right thing. So you need to be careful. I didn't even see it coming. So thank goodness we have resolved it. So now after doing these footings here, we are just going to indicate some things called the hardcores. So we are going to go to annotate, annotate field region. This time we're going to click on this drop down and select hardcore. We're going to still click on this drop down and select this 0.6, click on this box 2 and pick this point here up to this point and click finish. So this is basically the hardcore, but the hardcore is not supposed to come in front of this footing wall. So we're going to click on this and click on this drop down and click on this send to the back. So it's going to send it to the back. So now we are going to click on field region again. This time we're going to click on drop down. So the reason why all these things here is that because of the transfer of the template. I can't emphasize this more. Get the template file and use it. It's going to save you a lot of time. So we're now going to change this to laterite. Then we're going to draw another box from here up to this point here. So these lines, these 3 lines here, we're going to select these 3 lines, click on it and change it to invisible lines and click on finish. Then we're going to click on this here and click on send to the back, and we're just going to send this field region to the back. So we're now going to go to architecture. This time, instead of creating rooms, we're just going to tag the rooms. This is why it's good to use room tags instead of using, let's say, annotations. Okay, so we're going to just tag these spaces. So all the spaces highlighted in blue are the ones where the room tags are. Okay. So we can call this one stairway. Okay, so after doing this, I think we have done an amazing work. So finally, we're going to now touch some graphic setting. So we're going to start with these furnitures. We don't want them to be a highlight here. We want them to be in this section view, but a bit toned down. So I'm going to right click, override graphics in view, hover around it. Then you now see by category. Then you're now going to see this halftone and check this halftone on. Click on apply and OK. So after doing this now, we're now going to click on GD, which is graphics display option. Turn on this smooth line with anti-aliasing. Click on shadows. Click on cast shadows, show ambient shadows. Then click on lighting. Increase the sun amount. Increase the ambient light and change the shadows to 5. Then click on apply. And then, okay, we can increase the ambient light to 60. Click on apply and click on OK. Then we have our nice section. So you can see everything indicated graphically very well. You can see the staircase and it's looking beautiful. So now we are going to click on this section sheet and we're going to drag in our section to that. So to get this section, we're going to click on this under this project browser. We are going to seek section, click on plus and drag in this section 1 here. Then once we've dragged it in, we're going to click on this drop down and change this to no title. So the next sheet we're going to be creating is an elevation sheet. So to place an elevation is pretty simple. So let's just click on under this elevation, we have east elevation. Okay, that is this side. Or let's go to north elevation, which I think is the front. Okay, this is the back. South elevation is the front. So for this elevation, what we can do is pretty straightforward. Okay, so we are going to go to this section view and we're going to make things faster. So what we're going to do now is we're going to click on view. We're going to click on view template, create view template and call this section and click OK. So once we click on OK, we can now go to this south elevation, click on view template, click on apply and just select this section view template. We already have a view template for the elevations, which we can use. I think it came with the template, but let's just try this section view template that we did. Okay, so I'm not really satisfied with the section view template, but I think we can work from here. Okay, so it's basically the same settings in the section. Okay, wow, this elevation is actually very beautiful. So we're going to select this site, right click, hide in view by element. We're also going to click on this and we're going to change this crop region from view overall. Go over to this. Once we click on this crop region, go over to this properties panel, change this scope box here from view overall to none. Then we're now going to crop this. So after doing this, we're now going to go over here and we're going to click on this hide crop region. Then I'm now going to go to annotate and I'm now going to click on region and I'm now going to click on field region. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and look for solid black. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and change this to thin lines. Then I'm going to click on this box here, click on this point and draw a box here. So I'm now going to click on the longer side of this box, this longer line at this point, the second one, and just change this to 150. Then click on finish. Then you're going to see like an elevation base here. Okay, so if you want to specify some materials, you can specify, but I don't see the need for that. We're just presenting this. So I'm just going to go to this elevation sheet, go to this south elevation and drag it in. Okay, then I'm going to click on this drop down and change it to no title. So I think we have gotten to the final stage of this project, but we're going to do one more thing, which is actually my favorite to do. So we're going to be picking the perspective, and for this we'll go to this natural ground level. So once we have gone there, we're going to click on view. Under this view, we're now going to click on this 3D view drop down and we're going to click on camera. So in picking camera view, you have to imagine yourself as a person with a camera. So we'll have to set the offset to, I usually recommend 600, so to get this ground view, we'll be able to get majority of the front of the building and less of the side. So let's just say from here now. Okay, at the same time, I won't want to go too far from the building, so I'll now be getting a very boring view. I like a sense of distortion in the 3Ds, but not too much. So let's just start by picking from, let's just say from here, and pick this point here and get this point. Okay, so now we have picked the point. We can now adjust this here. I can see this first perspective. And I think this looks simply very nice. Okay, so this is how it's looking. I think I like it, and I like the fact that we got it at this bend here. So this looks very nice to me. So now we are now going to pick another perspective view before we start working on the setting. So I'm going to go to NGL again, and I'm going to click on 3D view, camera view, set it at 600, the height at 600. So we're going to basically replicate what we did at this side for this side. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to just maybe pick a shot from here and get this like this. So we have something similar to, which was the target. And we're just going to try and crop this up to this point. So I can go back to this NGL and just see if I can adjust it. Let me just turn on this crop region. Let me go to this 3D views, click on this 3D view too, select it here, then go back to this NGL and we're going to see it here. So I'm just going to change this camera angle here and bring this closer to this point. So I think it will be much better here. So if I go to this 3D view too again, you're going to see it's adjusted a bit, and I think I like this. This is nice. Okay, I think it's too much to the front, so let's go back to NGL, drag this back a bit to the side, and I think if you go like this, it's much better here. So we can now crop this to some extent, crop this here, extend this here, and I think we have a very nice, good starting point. So let's go back to this 3D view one. We're going to select this crop region, click on size crop, change this from field on view to scale locked proportion. Then we're now going to change this to 380 and click on OK. So it's going to get bigger. So after doing this, we're going to go to this second view, click on it, click on size crop, scale, and do the same thing, 380. So after doing this, we're going to go back to this 3D view one and we're going to start graphically working on this to get a very nice, realistic perspective shot. We're not necessarily going to do the renders here. We're going to do the renders on D5 render, but we will need to also be able to get a nice 3D shot from here. So we're going to click on this scope box, right click, hide in view by category. We're going to also zoom in here. We're going to look for any other thing we will necessarily need to hide, which I'm not seeing here. Then after doing this, we're now going to click on GD, which is our tool for this 3D view. We're going to click on this drop down, change this to shaded. We're going to click on this, uncheck this show edges and turn on this smooth line with anti-aliasing. We're going to go to shadow, turn on this too. We're going to go to lighting and we're going to increase the light to 90. We're going to increase this ambient light to 20 and these shadows to 10. Then we're now going to click on this insertion lighting. We're going to click on this still and we're going to be selecting, let's say, false. And we're now going to set the time of the false to be 9 a.m. Then we're going to click on apply and click on OK. Then we're going to click on this background, click on this drop down and change this to gradient. Then we're going to change this sky color from this color and change it towards blue, but very light blue, and click on OK. Then we're going to click on apply and click on OK. So now we are looking at this, you are seeing that this is much better, but I feel that this site plan, especially this side, this outer green area is too, will I say, too white. So we're going to click on this. We're going to click on edit group. We're going to select this background green area, click on edit type, click on edit, click on this material, click on this solid fill, or it's okay, click on this color and make it a darker shade of green or towards brown. Click on OK. Okay, let's just lighten it up a bit. Apply, OK, OK, apply, OK, finish. Then click out. Then it will appear as something like this. So even as much as this view is looking nice, I'm not satisfied with the sun exposure. I want the sun to come from one side and create one nice effect. So I'm going to click on GD again. I'm going to click on lighting and I'm going to click on this fall equinox and I'm just going to be changing the time. So let's say we reduce it to 7 a.m. and click apply. Or we change it from falls to spring and change it to 8 a.m. Apply. I'm not satisfied. Summers 7 a.m. apply. Okay, so let's just try and change this a bit. Spring 9 a.m. So what I'm now going to do, instead of trying this morning, let's try the evening. Let's say 5 p.m. Okay, or let's say 3 p.m. Okay, this spring is not bad. Let me change this to 3 p.m. at falls. So we're basically going to be playing with the sunlight till we get the desired effect. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to go to view. I'm now going to click on this create template, click on view template, create, and call this 3D view. Then I'm going to click OK. So I'm not going to click OK. I'm now going to go to this view, click on view template, click on apply view template 3D view, and I'm going to click on OK. So I'm now going to click on GD and I'm going to change the timeline for this one. So I'm going to click on lighting, click on spring, and I'm now going to change this to 9 a.m. or 8 a.m. spring. Click on apply. Okay, let me increase this to 9 a.m. or let me increase it to 8:30. Click on apply. And I think this is nice. Click on OK. Click on OK. Then click on this hide crop region. So finally, these two 3D views are nice, but there's one final one I want to get, which is from the front. So I'm going to go to NGL now, and I'm going to go to 3D view, cameras, and I'm going to try and get a nice perspective view from this front. So I'm just going to try and use my visual prowess to get the center point. I'm now going to pick here and just draw a straight camera shot to here. So after this, you can see it's too close, but I'm just going to edit the crop region and just rescale it manually first. Okay, so if I go to NGL now, I don't think I'm satisfied with this camera shot. I'm going to delete it. So I'm going to click on 3D view, camera, and I'm going to set this camera shot at 450. Okay, then I'm going to now pick from here and draw a straight perspective here. So now I'm not going to adjust this crop region. So after adjusting this now up to this point, I'm now going to select this crop region, click on size and click on scale, change this to 380, click on OK. Then I'm now going to click on view template, click on apply 3D view and click on OK. Then I'm now going to hit GD. Then I'm going to click on lighting. I'm going to click on this spring and change it to let me use summer 8 a.m. Okay, let me use 8 a.m. summers or 8:30. Then I'm going to click on apply. Okay, still too bright. 8 a.m. What of 8:20? Okay, let me try summers 8:20 and click on OK. Okay, I think there's not enough sunlight here, so let me click on lighting, summers 8:25. Click on OK, click on OK. Then we're going to just save this project. So this is the approach view now. We're going to go over here and click on this hide crop region. So after doing this now, we have all our perspective in place. So we're just going to create a new sheet to accommodate the last perspective. Then we're going to print. So I'm going to right click on new sheet, click on OK, right click again, click on rename and call this perspective view. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to scroll up and I'm just going to drag in the perspective. So I'm going to go to perspective view 1, click on cancel, click on this second sheet, then click back on this first sheet, double click on it. Then I'm now going to drag in this 3D view 1 inside the sheet and place this here. So once I've placed it, I'm going to click on it, click on this drop down and change this to no title. Then I'm going to go for the next one, 3D view 2, and I'm going to drag this. Click on this drop down, change this to no title. Then I'm going to go for this 3D view 3, which I think is my favorite. Place this, click on this drop down, no title. So after we have done with this, we have placed everything on this sheet. All these sheets are filled up and you are going to see the views, the respective views under them. Then we're now going to print this work. Okay, so I'm going to hit Ctrl P to plot everything now. Then we are going to see this interface will come out. So once this interface comes out, we're going to make sure this combined sheet is selected. Then we're now going to check this select views and sheets. Then make sure this combined sheet is still selected. Okay, we're going to click on select. We're going to click on this drop down where this multiple file is. Uncheck these 2 and 3D views, then leave only sheets. Then we're going to click on check all for sheets. So we're now going to click on edit print order and we're going to set it as sheet number and we're going to click OK. So it's going to arrange it per the sheet number on the sheet. So I'm going to click on select. It's going to ask me where I want to save this setting. I'm going to click on. Then I'm going to click on setup and I'm going to first make sure this is at landscape. Click on this drop down and change this to A3 since we created an A3 sheet and all the sheets are in A3. Click on this zoom, make sure this is 100, click OK. Then I'm going to click on OK again. Then it's now going to carry me to my file explorer. So now once you have located the place you want to save it, we're now going to give it a name. Let's just call this Sci-Fi. Okay, it may not be Sci-Fi, but this is just the name I'm giving it. Then we're going to click on OK. And we're going to wait, let's say, from few seconds to few minutes or more minutes, depending on what you are printed. But I think this one, given the kind of system I'm using, should take, let's say, give or take maximum of 1 minute 30 seconds. Alright, so our print is ready. So I'm just going to click on this and you are going to see to appear in my recent file dialog. So I'm just going to right click, open file location, then double click and just see what we've done. So you can see the site plan. I forgot to hide this grid in the site plan, but you're supposed to hide this grid by category in the site plan, which is still fine. Scroll down, we have the floor plans. Look at how organized and beautiful it's looking. So we have come a long way up to this point. So now once you have printed something, you can always close it and go back to your Revit, close out. You can go back to your Revit and try and plot it again after resolving it. So first, let's go to this site plan. Double click on it, select these grid lines, Right click, hide in view by category. Then we're going to go to this elevation. This is our elevation that is lifeless. Double click on it. Then we're going to click on VV. We're now going to go scroll down and look for walls. Under these walls, we are now going to put these lines, projection lines, under this projection section. Click on this projection line, change the projection line weight to 4. Click on OK. Click on apply. OK. So now the projection line weights are thicker. We're just going to hit Ctrl P. So now we're hitting Ctrl P. We don't need to set all those things we set before. We're just going to click OK. Do you want to replace file already exists? We're going to click yes. We're going to select this Sci-Fi apartment and click on save and just replace it. So let's wait a bit. So now I think the PDF has been updated. So let's just open it again. So we have our site plan, floor plans, elevation. You can see the elevation is more lively. You can understand it better. The graphics are better. 3D view 1, 2, and 3, which is my favorite. Okay, I think this has brought us back to the end of this video. So if you're a beginner in Revit and you were able to follow it and get up to this point, you're already a pro, so congrats to you. So I think this is the end of this video. This video I aimed to help you explore the creative aspects of Revit, how to use Revit to create things you desire. So I now decided to go with this kind of project to just explore on that. So if this video was helpful, reward us by hitting the subscribe button, share this video with your friends, like it, it really helps the algorithm. Also comment whatever you want to comment. It doesn't necessarily need to be questions, just comment anything. It will help the channel as well. Okay, you can also support us via other means, and with that out of the way, I call this video the end of this video. So thank you once again and have a wonderful day.